Oh, I didn't even check the microphone. It should be working. I'm seeing the sound levels and it goes up and down, so it should be working. Let's see, we have Sure Gaming with us. Hi! Yay, another part of Fata Morgana. How are you? I am doing incredibly well. Thankfully. And thankfully it is Friday. I've been waiting for this entire week! Y'all, I've been only thinking about Fata Morgana today. Almost. My attention has been divided just because Steel Ball Run aired yesterday. Y'all have no idea how long I have waited for Steel Ball Run to get animated. Does anyone even know about Steel Ball Run? Anyone? It's my all-time favorite season. Well, part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Hi Javier! Hi Carlson! Ja, du är I tid. Hi Kat! Hi Daryl! Welcome everyone! I was just, you know, talking about Steel Ball Run. I swear I am not gonna make this stream about only Steel Ball Run, although I could. Does any one of you know about Steel Ball Run? It aired on Netflix yesterday. And I've already... Don't bully me, but I've already watched it 7 times. And I watched it twice before starting this stream. I've been screaming and crying watching the first episode. Y'all have no idea, I'm so happy! Oh, Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls, I've seen like 1 or 2 episodes. Other than that, Naruto? Yes, I know Naruto. I love Naruto. Oh, sure, thank you! Thank you so much. Thank you. I tried my best. Talk only 90% of the stream about it and it will be okay. And since the stream is 24 hours, we'll do the math. Y'all, wouldn't it be amazing? Wouldn't it be amazing to have just 24-hour streams? Someday, this will be my job. Talking to you guys. Wait, hold on, I didn't read the... What? Friday already? I just woke up from my in-between stream slumber. We've all been waiting for this, haven't we? Hi Aura! Welcome! Oh, I tried to go through the 5th story again of Fata Morgana, but I just haven't had the time. So I've been like fast forwarding and just you know, skipping things and pausing, and I was like, I was trying to find what the brothers were called. Do we remember what the brothers were called? I feel like it was George, and I want to say Diddy, but that's not it. That's not it. Does someone remember what Michael's brothers' names were? I'm pretty sure about George. And then there was a D name. Diddy? No, it's not Diddy. Darn it, I can't get it out of my head now. Didier. Oh, yes. I was also thinking Deidara. For you Naruto fans out there. He has a rather cool ability. waiting for heartbreak. Oh, I have prepared. I have tissues. Art is an explosion, yes. Deidara and Sasori talking about art. It's so funny. Didi and Uber. Are we gonna call them Didi and Uber? That sounds so cute though. Hur ska du klara 24 timmar stream när du sover som en sengångare? Ja! Det är en bra fråga alltså. Det är det. Vi får se. Det blir ju i så fall 24 timmar stream kanske en gång i månaden. It seems the name was mentioned, but it takes me a long time to remember names. Same. I think it was when Giselle told Michael about the letter and why she was there. And then Michael asked her about the letter, like, do you still have it? And she's like, no, the coachman took it from me. So that's where I remember that he said the names of his brothers. But I don't recall if he said something about what they like were working with or... But I think he said that it was most likely Didier, right? If I remember correctly. We've been reading so much, so some of it does get lost. I'm Team Sasori. I think art is something that is everlasting. Same, I'm also Team Sasori. Bea, what was your old screen name? The one your friend used as her YouTube screen name? I forgot. My bestie on YouTube, her screen name is Majestic Moron. Someone in the chat even joked about his name. What, before? Should we call him Didi? I think it's cute. That one, classic. Yeah. She had an equally funny MMO name that I had. But you know, with that name, people always assumed that I was a dude, so it just worked. If this game was voice acted, I wonder if they'd use the same pronunciation for Michelle and Michelle. That confused me a bit. Yes! That is what I'm thinking. That I don't think it would be Michael and Michelle. I think it would be like Michelle and Michelle. But distinguishing between them, and for myself, I feel like Michael is easier for me to say when I see Michelle. But when I see Michelle, I automatically just say Michelle. So he's gonna be Michael, also because Archangel Michael, that was also what I was thinking. But I feel like they use that on purpose because it is closer to being pronounced as Michelle, is what I'm thinking. Or what do you guys think? Seriously, babe, I love your videos so much. I think you're such a... Oh, thank you! Same to you, you incredible human. Aww, that's so nice of you. I was happy, but now I'm even happier. Thank you. Mwah. Yeah, Majestic Morn is a universal dude name. I even remember we were playing some kind of like FPS name. I know for sure my bestie's name was something redneck something, and there was this user that was like, great, I got a moron and a redneck on my team. But we were so good, we were clutching the entire team. So they ate their words. It was so funny. It was like some kind of like anime shooter game. I don't really remember its name. But it was so funny. And us two just be giggling like hee. They never assumed anything else. They were like, oh, these dudes again. It was about, no, they're here again. We were almost famous. Well, there was another game that we were quite famous in. We were infamous because we were so annoying. You could like go and PvP players, and we had so much fun with that. We were so annoying, so annoying, but it was so funny. And then everyone just thought we were really funny and tried to get us to join their guilds and use voice chat, and I was like, we can't do that! They think we're dudes! Yeah, you are such a troll, no wonder you like Aerith! Oh, believe me! It is so funny! What confuses me is that Giselle was always waiting for Michelle, the form of a girl, and if it were reincarnation it would make sense because the soul has no gender. Yeah! I'm still a little bit confused with like reborn and reconstruction, but maybe we'll get to know exactly what they mean as we go forward. But I'm also like thinking that Giselle is in love with Michael, like the soul, like not Michael's appearance. Like as long as it is Michael, I feel like gender does not matter to her, like at all. But there's also, I mean, there is something that I've been thinking about as well. I've also said this during the gameplay, and that is that it is strange that he has that painting of that woman that kinda, you know, is similar to him with the hair, but it was a woman, and that is also what Giselle stated. So him being upset that there is a painting in the box of items that they received, I'm also thinking that, you know, he got panicked because there would be another woman painting of him. And I feel like the mother was like so obsessed maybe with getting a daughter that she like maybe dressed him up as a daughter, but Michael didn't want to, like something like that. It's that. But then again, you know when Michael went to that little cottage nearby the mansion, you know, the man that leaves him you know, the groceries, stuff like that, and then just leaves. Didn't he say something like, don't quote me on this because I don't remember exactly, but wasn't he like, is it true? He was like, is it true that you don't have... And Michael said something about, if you finish that line, I'm gonna like sew your mouth shut or something. So I'm like... And that's why I also mentioned that it is giving me a little bit Nier vibes. Replicant specifically. I'm not gonna say anything more, just in case anyone else hasn't, you know, played it. But I'm feeling like there is something different about Michael's body, because he doesn't really want to get that much closer to Giselle either. So there is something that he is not comfortable with. And then we got this flashback of someone calling him disgusting. Like, if I remember it correctly. And Giselle was like, it can't just be the appearance, can it? And he's like, we don't have time. And that's when they went up to that tower. So we're probably gonna know. We're probably gonna know today or tomorrow or the next week what's actually up with Michael. But either way, I freaking adore Michael. I adore Giselle. They're my favorites. And dare I say, they might become my favorite couple. Like in all of fiction. That's how much I love them. Like, I adore them. When white-haired girl says Michelle, the maid reacts like she just said Michael. Yeah, if they do share the same pronunciation, it would make more sense it said as Michelle. Yeah, I think that maybe that is it. This should be a reconstruction. Bea, so you know a K-pop group called BTS? Yes, I know of BTS. I don't really listen to them though, but when I've heard a song, I've liked it. So they have like really nice songs, like they're vibing with it. I know other K-pop groups as well. Stray Kids, I've heard. I can't really mention what song I like, but I heard one. And then there was this like guy with a deep voice that I was like, whoa, I really like his voice. He was in Stray Kids. I don't know which singer that is, but he had a really nice deep voice. It was just so contrasting with the others. And what K-pop group have I heard? The ones that were on Victoria's Secret. What's the name of that group? It was a girl group. They were on Victoria's Secret show last year. It was with oh, what's her name? Megan Thee Stallion. They did like a Twice. Yes, Twice. That's what they're called. They were so pretty as well. It was so sad when they killed him. Oh, it was horrible. But I agree with what Daryl said the previous stream, that they should have kept that CG, that image for the 5th door and not showed us that photo in the 4th. Oh, I know, Felix his name. Okay, aha, Felix. A lot of people love him. Oh, I need to listen to one of the songs again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it must be that guy then, if that's the guy with the deep voice. Whose story do you think will be next? Michael's or the witches? Did it say backstory of Fata Morgana? I feel like we didn't get like door 6. Or am I... do I remember it? Do I misremember? I wanna say that it didn't say like door 6. It said like backstory something, Fata Morgana, so I'm guessing maybe the witch? Bea, do you like ABBA, and what is your favorite song, and why is that? Why is it Dancing Queen? Oh! Javier, how did you know? Yeah, they are so beautiful girls. Yeah, all of them, literally. Like, my breath when I saw them. Oh, that is a very good reminder, Aura. Yes. Since a lot of people watching this haven't played it, so we don't know how it's gonna end. A lot of theorizing will be done in the chat. So if you guys have already played this game, try not to confirm any of the spoilers. I thought the knight's target was Giselle, but it turned out it was Michael. Yeah, I mean, it could as well have been both of them. But I found it very strange that it was knights, because I thought it was the villagers. And then when they had bows and arrows, I was like, where the heck did they get that? Because they didn't have money for nothing. And then when they were knights, I was like... And the thing is, only the brothers knew that Michael was in the mansion, so I'm thinking it might be one of the brothers or two of them. But it also happened after the dad died. So why? Why? We're probably gonna know that as well. Maybe it had something to do with, you know, the rights to the throne or something. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to rewatch that at some point. I think the story in last stream of Giselle waiting for Michael for nearly 1000 years is considered door 6. Ah! Oh, okay. I saw you play Amnesia Memories. Who is your favorite route? I haven't played all of them. I played Toma and I played Shin. Out of both of them, I would say Toma, even though very controversial. But I feel like his was fun. Like, it was a lot was happening, okay? A lot was happening. But I wasn't too happy with the main character. I felt like she was meh. I mean, I prefer more like Giselle's character to be like the main character. The main character in Amnesia felt like she just was so naive, and like she was 12, but she was supposed to be in college, like something like that. So I was not really vibing with it. But it was fun choosing a lot of options and then getting whichever ending I got. The villagers had a year. I would have just guessed like the villagers would have been like wiped off, because there's no way that they could could have, you know, paid 5 years of that land. Like they would have been like in poverty. The villagers could have mentioned to the knights that there is a mansion where the witch is and you can plunder that place. Something like that. I really love to play Shinra. Toma was really, he was very powerful. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, Toma is not a person I would go for, like, at all, but it was interesting. Interesting. Shin was really sweet. Cloud or Prompto? Prompto. I would go for Prompto, 100%. And that is only because Cloud has too many issues. Like, I cannot deal. I don't have the patience. And Prompto, he's sweet and has more social tact than Cloud. Although Cloud is super cute, like he's adorable. There's nothing like bad with him per se. It's just, you know, it's an uphill battle with his identity issues and stuff. And that, yeah, I don't really have the patience. But Prompto, love Prompto. But I would like to give you the spotlight to geek out. Can you tell us your relationship with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? When did you find it and why are you so obsessed with it? Oh, many years ago. Many years ago. I just tried, I was just out checking like an anime site and I was like, this one doesn't seem interesting, this one doesn't seem interesting. And then I stumbled upon JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and I was like, huh, I like unique art styles and I really like the art style. So I was like, maybe I should have a go at this one. And then I just got completely obsessed with it. So I read all of the mangas. I have some of the Steel Ball Run mangas in the hardcover. Not all of them have been translated to English. They have the pocket version that is completely translated to English, but I want the hardcover one. So I'm gonna do a custom-made box for it too, for all of the books when I have them. Maybe I'll even do like separate, like 5 of the books in one box, 5 of the books in one box, and then 5. We'll see how many books. And why am I so obsessed with it? The art style, the storytelling, the writing, the characters. Oh, there's so many good characters. And the abilities that they have. It is just so smart. It is so smart. It is to the point where I'm like, wait, how does that ability work? And then you really have to to concentrate, because they don't really tell you about the abilities like they do in Naruto. In Naruto, they're like, here you have a spreadsheet of how their abilities work. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, it's not really like that. But man, it is such a good anime series. I would say it is definitely my #1. As for which part is my favorite, Steel Ball Run is my favorite. The one that aired on Netflix yesterday. Already seen 7 times the first episode. And I'll be watching it tomorrow as well. Y'all, the way I don't have any friends that are this hyped about Steel Ball Run, like I have no one to geek out with. No one. Well, I have a friend that he does like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but it's not on the same level, so... yeah. Then it's gonna feel like I'm just talking by myself. I need someone on the same level. Like screaming, crying, that kind of obsession level. That's what I need. Remember, you can only take 9% of the stream to talk about it. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I know there is new anime. Yeah! Steel Ball Run! Part 7 came out yesterday. And Tom, I understand that he wants to protect her, but not this way. But at the end he was more okay, I guess. Yeah! Oh my gosh! Flashback to Amnesia. The Amnesia game. Oh my goodness. That was an interesting first Otome game. Let's just say that. That was... And the route I took, it having been Toma, the first one, I was not prepared. So it's such a contrast, like playing Love and Deep Space, where everyone is so freaking wholesome and the relationships are so good, they're so well done. The communication between the main character and the different love interests is just so healthy. Like, it's so good. And then I think back to Amnesia and I'm like, at least it was entertaining. You know, just because you like something in fiction doesn't mean that you like it in real life. Like, I would have called the cops on Toma, like, immediately. Like, he would have been in his cell for sure. There is one who can freeze the time by friends. My friends love him. Oh, I don't think I've played that far, but maybe I would probably head back into it at some point. Oh, don't tell me his name, just in case. Oh my gosh. Oh, from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Hi, Nuno! Loving your Final Fantasy 12 playthrough. Oh, I loved playing it. I had such a blast. It's so much fun, I am gonna head into it, and I am gonna do optional bosses. And now that I also know that you can switch up classes, I might do that for some. I might make Fran use a katana. That would be really cool. But the reason, you know, the reason I made Fran a white mage was because I knew that if I make her a white mage, she's always gonna be my party. So that was strategic of me. Oh, I know now. Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah! Yes. He is... There are so many good characters in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But my favorite Joestar will always be Johnny Joestar. Hi Isra, welcome! I feel Final Fantasy 12 is less about the characters and more about the larger story. Where something like Final Fantasy 13 is far more about the characters and less about the bigger story. Yeah, definitely. I think that I actually prefer characters, like having it be more character specific, like having it be very character heavy. I think that's probably why Silent Hill, why I love Silent Hill so much. Because Silent Hill 2, the remake, it's gonna be hella tough to get it off my #1 spot. It's gonna be hella tough because I am still, to this day, still thinking about it, like how good the writing was, how good the characters were, how realistic they were, and how many, like, there's so many, like, gray areas. They're complex characters, complex problems, real life, realistic issues as well. So that was kind of refreshing to see, even though it was super dark. But you know, you can't really choose your struggles all the time. He's creeping me out a little bit, but he's nice. Clara Obscure knocked Final Fantasy IX off my #1 spot. I have really high hopes for Clara Obscure. But I still have some games I want to play before that one, because I definitely know it's gonna be a long game. I watched the end of the Evangelion and I was surprised that even the Legend of Dragoon had some inspiration from it. Oh, that's cool! So Evangelion came out before Legend of Dragoon. Vea, is it me or you look more emotionally prepared for today's, shall we say, journey? Maybe. Oh my gosh, you guys! My colleague, he was such a cutie today. Y'all, I've been craving a specific kind of chocolate. Like we have this fridge shop in our office, where you just go to a fridge and then there'll be like chocolates that you can buy. And they stopped stocking it up with the chocolate that I wanted. So I've been telling my colleague, I've been like, man, like almost, I've probably been saying this 3 times at least. I've been like, man, I'm so craving like this Twix chocolate. And you know what he got me today? He got me Twix chocolate. Like, he's such a sweetheart. Y'all, my colleagues in my team, they're so wholesome. Like they're such kind-hearted people. Hi Siglis, welcome! Whoa, really? It's on par with Nier games. Oh, that is quite big shoes to fill. Because I adore the Nier games. I adore them. Definitely one of the best games. I have the Nier games for PC, but I also just recently got them for PlayStation 4 as well, because there was a really good deal, so I had to get them. The series turned 30 this year. The movie was released in 1997. Whoa. Clara Obscure is very Nier coded. Ooh. Oh, I believe you. Is there a character customization? Chocolate, they are the best. I'll see my work, we buy to each other. I love that. I gave my colleague some maple pancake mochi. He said that he could like taste a hint of it, but he has problems with what's it called, taste buds. So he doesn't. He can't. It's like his sense of smell that is lowered. So I have to like pick out some things that have a little bit more taste. Oh, there is character customization. Oh, I love that! Oh, multiple endings. Wait, with the multiple endings, do you have to... Can you like do a specific save and then get all of the endings, or do you have to like redo the entire game to get specific endings? The snacks I have are grapes. I already ate some. No need to redo. Okay, that's good. Only specific part. The new movie, I haven't watched them yet, are an alternative version of the original series with some changes and better animation. Oh, my favorite candy, I really love salty licorice. Not a lot of people like salty licorice, but I love it. Yeah, since I've already like ate my sugars for today, I'm trying to be a little bit healthy. Especially since I had to go to the dentist last year. Y'all, I've never had to fix a tooth, so I need to be careful. And it was because I ate too much sweets. At work, they even know me as, like, the one who only eats sweets. Claire Obscure has Ben Starr, like one of the side characters. Ooh! I'm probably gonna hear who he is then. He has a pretty distinguishable voice. You will love it a lot, though the combat is a struggle. You know what the combat reminds me of? Just, you know, having seen trailer. It reminds me of Lost Odyssey. If you guys haven't seen it, or played, or if you don't have an Xbox 360 because it's exclusive to the 360, I would really recommend watching my playthrough of it because it is so good. And it also has these like stories written in them as well. Like you find these dreams. They're so well written. Like I would say it's on par with Fata Morgana. Like the stories are so well written. The voice acting is really good too. Base or regular sweet tooth? How about that? Yes, I am. Do you like fruits as well? Yeah, I like kiwis. I like, what more? Green apples I like. Mostly I like berries. What more fruits do we have? I like oranges if they're really sour. What more? I'm like, what more fruits are there? Pears? Bananas are nice. I usually eat bananas with like cocoa powder. Like I do some kind of mix with them, or I have them in like cereal. Yay! I think you will love it, Isra. It is incredible. And the characters are also incredible. And one of the other minor characters is voiced by the actress who plays Angela from Silent Hill 2. Oh, really? Pineapple, watermelon. Oh, watermelon! Oh my gosh, I love watermelon! I love watermelon, and I like the yellow melon. What is it called? Like honey melon? Right? That one I love. Like I always eat watermelon in the summer. Looks like I need to get more water. Yeah, just melons in general, like all of them are good. I'm gonna get some more water because when we start, I do want to have water. Should have moved this. Right, here are my books. Volume 5 of Steel Ball Run. We have, I think I have all 5 so far, but they're translating more of them. Just showing off some Steel Ball Run before we start. If y'all are interested to watch it, please do, because it's gonna be the most amazing thing you'll ever see. Oh, cherries! I love cherries. Gooseberries, yes. Almost all berries. I'm like, are there berries that I don't like? Any figures? Yes, I do. I do have them, but they're not at the streaming setup. They're in my room, so not in this streaming setup room. But I have from Hikaru Died in Summer. I have of Yoshiki eating a watermelon. And Hikaru with a cat. These are acrylics. And I have Cowlins from Magna Carta. Y'all, the character designs in Magna Carta, top notch. I would say as good as in Nier. What more do I have? I have Crollo from Hunter x Hunter. I have Illumi from Hunter x Hunter. What more is there? I have Raphael. A lot of Raphael, actually. I have more from Hikaru Died in Summer. I don't have the, what's it called? The autofocus. I don't know if it's that is making the camera go a little bit glitchy, so I turned it off to be sure. But I still need to order another cable for my camera. Don't know if that will help. You know, like when it gets green and glitchy, it doesn't happen all the time, but I don't know what is causing it. It might be something with like the dummy battery as well inside of the camera that is like glitching a second and then just working. The covers are nice, right? I love the subtle horror in this anime. Have you read any Nier books? Not yet. Not yet. But I'm gonna look into it. Bea, can we do a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure watch along on Discord? You know what? That is what I wanted to do. I really wanted to do like a watch along, but Netflix does not allow that. So we can't have a watch party like that. However, if episodes are uploaded to YouTube, I can show you the ones that are uploaded to YouTube, because it's not, you know, it's not me who has uploaded it. I'll just be, you know, stumbling upon it and be like, oh, look, somebody uploaded this and YouTube allowed it. Wink. But doing watch parties like that, I would have to only do it through Discord. And then have like the YouTube screen in the background. So that is the kind of watch parties that we can make. But the episodes have to be on YouTube, uploaded on YouTube. Because that way I can dodge the copyright thingies. But from my account, cannot do. Autofocus is a menace. It's a bit annoying. Yeah. But I'm like, sometimes I like autofocus, but I usually, like now, I have it focused so it's the sharpest where I'm sitting at now. So if I go close, it kinda gets a little bit blurry. But here is where it's like the sharpest. So, what do you guys say? Are we ready? Are we ready to head into House in Fata Morgana? And also, does anyone remember the text that was shown before I saved? If it said like something backstory Fata Morgana, that's what I want to remember that it said. I'm gonna boot up the game. And I'm gonna pause the music. Also, I might be a little bit obsessed with House in Fata Morgana. So much so that I might have bought a limited edition box. Might have. But it was so pretty too. And you got an art book with it, the soundtrack with it. And also I need the vinyls as well. Gosh. Then we are all. We're all prepared. I'm gonna start recording from here. And as usual, it might get a little bit laggy now that I press the record button, but it's only gonna be for like 10 seconds. Checking if it's missing any frames. It might even be... I think that it might even be like the disc I am recording to, because it's not on the same disc. Well, it doesn't matter since it's only like in the beginning. Wait, should I move a little bit? The soundtrack alone is a must, yes. So they had like CDs, so I need a CD player for that. But they also had these very pretty vinyls, so I need to get those as well. The soundtrack is too good not to have. So it's gonna be like a collector's item for me, but I'm gonna use them. Like, it's not something I'm gonna hold on to and then sell off. I'll put my water there. Okay! I'm guessing we're all ready. Microphone could be there. Right, inspect memories. My brain always assumes that it's enter the mansion. New beginnings. That's the most recent one. Oh, lock. What does that do? Lock. Is it so you don't accidentally delete it or something? Okay. Y'all, I'm so excited! Hey, master. Hello? Is anyone in there? Master? Oh, good. Welcome back. What's gotten into you? Girl, you was kidnapped! I thought you had fallen asleep with your eyes open. I'm not accustomed to people needing my attention. Or I suppose, talking face to face at all. This is my mansion? Giselle's right in front of me. Smiling like she always did. Smiling for me. You're not hurt, Giselle. You have been alone for 10 years. But now I'm living here with you. So, what do you say we do a little practice conversation? I think that even if Michael has been alone for that many years, he's socially doing very good. Like, he's a very empathic person. Like, at first I was kinda, afraid of him because he seemed so, like, secluded and, like, prone to, just bursting. But he's a very emotionally intelligent person. And I mean, even if you are alone like this, you could have always been like that. But Being alone can really stress your body and mind. So I think that not being bothered by it, not being altered after so many years, I don't think a lot of people would not be changed after that socially. So, what do you say we do a little practice conversation? Practice conversation? What exactly do you think I am? Yeah. No offense intended. I just thought it'd be nice if you had more back and forth skills. Is he not asking enough questions? So in short, you're saying I'm such a poor conversationalist, I need training? Hey, don't get so snippy. That's not what I meant. I'm saying we don't talk enough, and I want to talk to you more. It's fun. Oh my god, I love these two. I love them, I love them, I love them! No. This is an old memory. From when Giselle first returned to the mansion. And we were just starting our new life together. When we were still feeling around in the dark. What exactly would you like to talk about then? Each other, of course. I have nothing to say. Now, let's not be rash. It can be anything. What about your curse, Michael? I want to know more. Although, that would be a little bit too early. He hasn't even told her now, like after 1,000 years. Well, he's been gone. Things you like, things you don't like. Start with something small, insignificant. Does that serve any purpose? It does, yes. The more you know about someone, the closer you feel to them. And the better friends you can become. Is that how it works? Now that that's out of the way, ask me something. Ask me anything, and I'll gladly answer. Her eyes are lit up like a child's. Is she really so eager to converse with me? I don't believe it. As if you're not interesting, Michael. You're super interesting. Like, you lived in this mansion your whole life almost. Alone. And then you're supposed to be dead. And then you have this curse. You're rather interesting. And we don't know much about him, so... What's the matter? I'm ready for anything. Very well. I'll ask whatever comes to mind. Go for it. Whoa! We have plenty of choices. Hopefully they're not timed. But I'm in the save menu. I want to know everything. Does somebody know if I can pick everything or I can just pick one of them? Because if I can only pick one of them... What? Tell me your preferences. About what? You can ask her all of them. Woo! Nice! Thank you, Siglis. Then I'm gonna start from the top. You haven't told me your age. My age? Hey, hey, take a guess. I thought she said she would tell me anything. Okay, I'm gonna guess 22. What? Why? Wait, I get to... Is this significant? Do I have to get this one right? I want to say 20? It's a trick question. 25, you know, in the middle maybe? I mean, she has been through a lot. And now I'm here like, how old is Michael? But maybe we'll get to that as well. Can I pick whatever I want, or will it be like the end of the questions? I'm curious how she will respond to 30. Okay, let's go with that. We're going with 30. Let's go. You must be 30. Oh! Why are you looking at me like that? 30 is not old. You're joking, right? Give me a second guess. Yeah, yes. Okay, that was... we were wrong. Gah, some jokes are in bad taste. I'm not nearly that old yet. Okay. Good job ruining my day. This topic is over. No! Choose something else. Oops. No! We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. I'm gonna pick 20. Are you 20? Whoa, you're exactly right. Yes! Woohoo! You're surprisingly astute, Master. Oh, thank you. And what's surprising about that? Well, that was a little bit of a backhanded compliment, I must say. I didn't expect you to get it on your first try. Have you been secretly watching me? Oh, Master, you're making me blush! Well, why the silent death stare? I'm struck with an overwhelming urge to hurl you out a window! Michael, you would never. Besides, you don't have the strength because, you know, the arm wrestling. Oh, you're no fun. Okay, it's your turn now. How old are you, Master? As I recall, I should be 27 this year. Aha! Oh, wow. You're much older than I expected. What was she thinking? What did you expect? This is fun! You are very mellow, like I would expect of an older man. But Every once in a while, you give the impression of a teenage boy. I'd be like, I don't know if I like that. For what it's worth. I mean that in a good way. Okay. For what it's worth. Tell me about your family. You want to know about my family? We were pretty normal, I think. Not much interesting about us. We had been able to get citizenship in the capital, but we weren't super rich or anything. In fact, it was because we were having money troubles that I ended up here. It's not easy for 3 women to make it on their own. You didn't have a father or any brothers? No, we lost my father to a plague when I was young. And since then, it's been me, my mother, and my older sister. But they're both bright, lively people. Just like she is. Our family motto is, a smile can make anything better. I adore her! Oh, she's so precious, and just knowing what trauma she's been through. Antonin, it's good for you that you're freaking dead. Because otherwise I'd be jumping into the game right now. Maybe that explains why she can still smile now, even after nearly succumbing to despair. I've always kind of wanted some brothers though. Men are more suited to physical labor, yes? Not quite what I was going for. Hey, Giselle, bring that up with the arm wrestling. Put him down a notch. He's only been eating vegetables, you guys. He just needs, you know, to eat a healthy meal, and then he'll be strong enough. I feel like, I don't know, the kinds of things you would ask a brother and sister for help with are different. I'm not sure how to explain it, but a guy with broad shoulders and muscular arms is someone you can look up to, for instance. Someone who looks like they'd always keep you safe. This takes me back to when they were reading a book together, and Michael was like, yeah, let's not go in on how muscular this knight was. Oh, Michael, it's much better to be emotionally mature and emotionally intelligent than any muscles. She's never been betrayed by family, it would seem. He knows about that a lot. She can't even imagine family hurting her. She has no idea that those closest to you, those who are supposed to care about you more than anything, can be your greatest enemies. That blood is a bond heavier than any chain. Master? I believe your brothers are still on your side. It's been so long, I don't know if they are. I'm still a bit cautious, because they were also the ones who knew that he was in the mansion when he died. And it was like such a coincidence too much of a coincidence that they came after him after the dad died and he wanted to go back. I don't know what they think about me anymore. I'm sure they're still your allies. I would like to think that's the case, but we'll see. You want to believe it too, don't you? You want to believe they're not enemies. Let's believe in them together then. Oh, Giselle! Y'all, I love her so much. I love her so much. Anything you want to believe, you should. It's such a better way to look at the world than the other way around. I agree completely. You have to be positive, or one day you'll crack. Always remember to have faith so that doesn't happen. I don't understand. She's honest about her emotions in a way I simply cannot be. She's the exact opposite of me in that regard. And yet, she can still read me. I don't get it. How can she understand me like that? It's like she can read my mind. She knows people. She's perceptive. Empathic. If only I could just tell her everything. Make it all another page in our mindless chatter. Get everything weighing down on me off my chest. Is something the matter? You're cruel. What? I said you're cruel. No, look at her sad face! Michael, take it back! Take it back! I'm sorry, ignore me. Or was it the witch? In preparation for the day you can finally go back home. You're going to have to stop being such a picky eater. And not just eat vegetables. Where did that come from? Think about how terrible it would be if, when that day finally came, you went back sickly and weak and emaciated. She got several points. Several. You wouldn't be able to enjoy yourself. You're still alright, Master. You're doing okay. So let's try to keep you healthy. She's so sweet. She's such a sweetheart. I love her. But I love Michael too. Like, he's also such a good character. Need to know more. And I love that we can pick everything. I was afraid that we could just like pick one of the options and that would be that. Someone needs to tell her that 30 is not old age, even in those days. Exactly. Like, that would be so depressing to have that mindset when you're 20, because you've just gotten into adulthood. Like, life is not over because you're 30. You should play Rose in Legend of Dragoon, or at least cosplay as her, because you have similar structure to her. Ooh, thank you! I was rewatching your 9th video of Legend of Dragoon and saw that you were online. I figured I'd tell you that you should at least cosplay as her. Whoa! That's such a compliment! Thank you, Jessie. I would have totally loved to. If I can't really... I'm not good at like sewing any kind of clothing, but if it would be available like as a already made cosplay, I would definitely be cosplaying as Rose. There's a lot of characters that I want to cosplay as. A lot. 30 is basically a zombie. But does that mean immortal? Water. I'm just gonna eat a little bit of grapes and then we continue. What do we think is tell me your preferences? I think that he means tell me your preferences, like what do you like in a man? If I was Giselle, I'd be like, I like you. Just so we have that kind of awkward scene. That would be so cute. When you're a teenager, 30 seems old, but once you are 20-something, you feel it's still young. Yeah. Yeah. This is like people call Papa Near old, even though he's 39. Hi Ionix! Welcome! This song is beautiful, but a tad overused, I think. You know what? I could listen to this all day. I could listen to it all day and it wouldn't even... It wouldn't even be overused in the game then. I think he's asking about what she likes, but she will answer it's him. I hope it is! Y'all, I really hope she's like, oh, my preferences? Like, what I like in my man? Well, I like a man with white hair, red eyes, looks like you. Like, I want him to be, you know, caught off guard. Let's pick it. Let's go. Tell me your preferences. Whoa, whoa, how very forward of you. Is it though? I mean, whoa. Is it really? Is it really that forward? Huh? Oh, wait, they're thinking about two different things. She's thinking about preference for a man, right? And he's thinking like, no, preference for food or something like that. Oh, this is gonna be fun. My taste in men is the last thing I expected you to ask about, Master. It's gonna be like, that's not what I meant. Wow, he ate with this one. He was probably like, oh, got her trapped. And she's like, dang, he got me real good. I don't recall specifying people. No, don't fret the details. She's like, oh shit! Oh! It's only natural to be curious, so let's make it about that. Just like, okay, I'll tell you. Oh, please, Giselle, make it awkward for him. Please, 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 please. I need him to shiver. And that's the last thing I wanted to talk about. Alright then. Tell me about your first crush, Master. And I have to start? Oh my gosh, I love this. I love this. He's gonna be like, don't have one. Y'all, he's so simple. He's so simple. Look at him. Never had one. What? No, I'm not buying it. You were living at home until 10 years ago, weren't you? Surely there was someone who caught your eye. Well, we did have some kind of a flashback, but that wasn't a good one. There was not. Without missing a beat. Oh, fine, then I'll go. My first crush was the son of a blacksmith. You missed the part where you ask, what kind of guy was he? This is such a pain. Since you asked, he was a huge, muscular fellow. Oh my gosh. He was so tall. He would always hit his head on the doorway whenever he came to our shop to trade. Oh. Nice beefy guys really are great, huh? No, oh my gosh, why are you saying this to Michael? Oh, I would feel so bad. Giselle's gonna be like, oh wait, skinny guys are great too. Y'all, it's not about the appearance. They make your heart get all fluttery and tight. He's gonna be like, okay, you said enough about big, beefy guys. Are you trying to imply I don't have a chance? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh! No, I feel so bad! I feel so bad! Oh my god, Michael, you angel, you sweet baby angel! You are you're simply a doll. Don't mind her right now. She's not thinking about that. She's not thinking that you don't have a chance because that was her first crush. You know, you don't have to like one certain appearance. It varies. And then personality will always carry. Like, ain't no way that personality, being an empathic person, will get triumphed by appearance. Like, no chance. Though I think that was more admiration than love. You know, the way a group of girls will get together and fawn over a popular, good-looking guy, it was like that. So like a celebrity. So you're saying the buff bastard was popular too? Now Michael is like, the frick, he was popular as well. I've got no chance in hell now. No. Girls. We would pick Michael, wouldn't we? We would pick Michael. I mean, he also gets us to laugh. Very much so. I wonder what love feels like. I never got the chance to find out before ending up like this. Oh, Giselle. my sweet summer child. You're just gonna be waiting 1,000 years for the love of your life. That's how it's gonna feel like. That's what you're gonna do for the person that you love. Oh my gosh, I love these two so much. I love that they're just having like this casual talk with one another. You know, just getting to know one another. It's so sweet. And Michael going along with it as well. I love that. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to get all dark on you. Say whatever's on your mind. I don't deserve your consideration. Michael! Oh my god, he's so sweetie patootie. It was my family that put you through that, after all. But it's not your fault, Michael. Perhaps it is my reticence that causes her to watch her step around me. Damn. Need to come up with something to say. When I was 14. Oh? You asked about my first crush. Ah, I knew you had one. So tell me, what was she like? She was the daughter of a noble family. Her name was Amy, and she was a year older than me. Ah, love between nobility. A world I can only even imagine. It never went anywhere. What? You didn't try to woo her? You didn't shower her in presents? Were you by chance a late bloomer, master? He was 14! She was my brother's fiancé. Oh! Which brother? Oh, I see. So it was a love that could never be realized. Well, we have seen a flashback of someone like speaking to Michael, but you know, saying really bad stuff towards him. So I'm like thinking that maybe she said those things. Maybe that's why he's cautious with Giselle, that she should not, you know the truth about him, why he's cursed. And I feel like it definitely has to do with his body. Like, there's just something. I mentioned this when we were in the just chatting window as well. You know, the guy who leaves them a box with food outside their door. He wanted to ask Michael about something. He said something in the lines of, like, is it true that you don't have... And then Michael was like, finish that and I'm gonna sew your mouth shut. Something like that, if I remember correctly. So either it could be like rumors being spread about his body, but it also makes that cross-dressing thing a little bit more real. Like his mother might have really wanted a daughter and dressed him up. And maybe, you know, him having a crush on a girl and, you know, explaining that he has a crush on that said girl. And in the times that they lived, that would be considered a sin because they're of like the same gender. She would presume that wearing like a dress or something would be that Michael is a girl. So maybe? Or there's something else. Wait! There's... What if he has two genders? There's a word for that. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. What is it? There's a word for a person that has like two genders. Maybe it could be like something like that. Or maybe he's just, you know, a Ken doll. A Barbie doll, like there's nothing there. We don't know. Oh, I see. So it was love that could never be realized. That's sad. Not really. Besides, I don't feel anything for her anymore. And what I felt then was just impulses. I guess that makes us both inexperienced. Yeah, probably both like admiration, because when you're a teenager, you fall into admiration very quickly. Like you realize that it's not, you know, a crush, it's more like it's just heavily admiration for someone that you think is a crush. I suppose it does. Okay, I think that's enough of that. Also, I don't think that they knew the person that well to be, you know, crushing on them. Because usually we make like a fantasy version of people, especially when we're like teenagers. We always have like this fantasy version of the person that we admire or have a crush on. And then when they do not fit that fantasy, that admiration can just go away. Or that crush can just go away. But as we get older, we also like understand that humans are flawed. Like you can't just fantasize up a personality towards a person and be like, this person is probably like this. So it would be out of character if they said or did something like this. But we don't know if we don't ask the right questions, or if they don't open up. And then, when you actually know the person, you can usually... You decide in the end if they are a match for you or not. Okay, I think that's enough of that. So it is. Do you like being here? Of course, I love it here. Being with you, being able to talk to you like this. See, that I don't understand. What? Why not? I find it difficult to believe there exists any reason speaking with me would be anything but unpleasant. Michael, y'all. He must have been gaslit hard. Because Michael is not an unlikable person. You're so negative. Oh, hush. Say that, for example, instead of me, there was someone not so pessimistic here. You would rather be talking to them, wouldn't you? I really do enjoy this, truly. I will admit, my time down in that village was, for the most part, delightful. But oh, how should I put this? I started realizing, yeah, I'm kind of forcing myself to fit that image. And I'm trying to convince myself that that's okay. But somehow, when I'm here, there is none of that. She can just be herself. And that is true freedom. Just being able to be yourself. I wonder why that is. I certainly wouldn't know. Hehe, I suppose you wouldn't. I know. Maybe I think of you as a kid now. Oh, what? What? Come again? Yo! Oh my gosh. He's like, a kid? I'm 27! I love talking to kids. The way these two don't have riz. Until they see that the miscommunication hit something and they're like, oh wait, something switched up in their face. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. But that's what I love about them, because they realize those things and are like, no, that's not what I meant. Well, hey now, don't give me that look. What I'm trying to say is that he's maybe innocent? You're very sincere, Master. Kids are sincere. You're not going to smile and then stab me in the back when I turn the other way. I can relax around you, which is nice. I see. You just blushed, didn't you? You're blushing, you adorable little thing! Y'all, I can't with these two! They're so cute! They're so cute! Oh my gosh, I am melting over here. They're just so adorable together. I love this dynamic so much. It's alright, you're allowed to fall for me. Y'all, she's adorable. Adorable. Is there any window in particular you'd like to be thrown out of? Giselle, now is the time to bring up the arm wrestling. No fun at all. I like her. She's so playful. I love her teasing way. See what I was saying, Master? With just a short conversation, I know you better than I did before. And you me. That's fine and well, but what do I do with that knowledge? Huh? You don't do anything with it. It's fun learning things you didn't know before. That's all there is to it. And what happens when there's nothing left to learn? There's always something. That's a day I don't think will ever come. People are always changing, growing. So there is no upper limit to what you can know about them. There's always something new to discover. Maybe we'll be here for many more years, or maybe you'll be able to go home sooner than you expect. But either way, I hope we can keep getting to know each other until then. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. Hey now, what are you looking away for? Is he blushing? What do you think? Because you keep throwing me off balance. Oh my gosh, he's so adorable. Y'all, he's so adorable. He's so cutie. I love him. Look at him being bashful. A few months ago, I was doing everything in my power to avoid her. Yet now that smile of hers seems so oddly enchanting. I don't understand. I will do my best. These two... Y'all, I'm about to cry. Like, they're so cute together. Oh, they're my favorites. I will do my best so that we can make this work. Make this work? Ah, I'm glad to hear it. Oh, they're so cute! All right. That's not the present. We're getting back there. Giselle, I was too awkward back then. No, you were fine. To even compliment you on your smile. Oh. He's such a sweetheart. I love him. To put my feelings into words. I was too cynical to accept what you said at face value. Which I know caused you plenty of grief. I'm not much better now than I was then. You are. But I will tell you this. When I next see you, I want more than anything to let you know how much I adore your smile. I'm okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna continue soon. I just need a little water before I cry. Lure, he just gotta get beefed up a bit. Just 2 months and you would already be pretty ripped. He needs to eat more then. Intersex? Yeah. I don't really know much about that. But maybe that's it. Hermaphrodite is 2 genders in one body. Oh, right! Wait, are there 2 of them very different? I'm not very knowledgeable about either one, but I might have to search it up after the stream. I mean, we did theorize in chat that he might have a genetic condition that may be chromosomally female, which is why all those reconstructed versions of him came by as the white-haired girl. Would make sense, but I'm also like, I'm just feeling like I don't know why. I feel like the white-haired girl seems to be so different. Like, even if the appearance is like him, it could just be like she's also albino and she comes back because there's a reason, but every time she comes back there's something tragic that happens to her or the people that end up loving her, like something like that, or being like attached to her. And she did try to strangle Mel in the first stories. I was like, that's when I thought that it might have been like some kind of revenge story. But we don't really know much about her, and in every single story she's mentioned like as a witch. Like she's synonymous. No, what is the word? Synonymous with a witch. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's like a good witch and a bad witch. I thought you were trying to fly away, but you were just wafting your eyes. Didn't she say she tried to strangle Mel as revenge for their family ruining her father? Yeah! Yeah. And so that's where the revenge story plot came from. I know I've mentioned it early, that I think it was like some kind of revenge plot. In the second story with Yukimasa, I mean, he needed her more than she needed him. So then she was taken from him. In the first story, you could also say it like she was also yet again taken from Mel. Taken. And then in the third story, Jacopo was left alone, so she was also taken from him there as well. So the three of them were left alone. Mel succumbed to like madness and grief, and like he felt the loss. And Yukimasa, he just succumbed to the beast. Like he tried to cling on to that little humanity he had left, and the white-haired girl was the only one who could keep him in check. And when she was no longer there, because he lost it, then we have Jacopo, who realized too late that he loved her and died in grief and the solitude of being alone. Intersex is genetically one sex but has external signs of another. Ah, a hermaphrodite has two complete reproductive systems, but this is an extremely rare occurrence in humans. Oh, there are many more intersex people. Ah, I see. Yukimasa's ending didn't even seem that tragic to me. He seemed quite content to drop into complete insanity. Yeah. He was just hanging by a thread, literally. It wasn't like he was grieving that he fell into madness. Like he was always a horrible human being, for sure. Horrible. It was just like the white-haired girl who kept him sane. A little bit sane. Intersex is a chromosomal deviation which makes someone technically both female and male. Sex, not gender, I should clarify, but not necessarily have both reproductive organs. Aha. Although it is in short, in reality, everything is much more complicated. Ah, it's even extremely more rare to find a male hermaphrodite. Huh. Whereas a hermaphrodite is a term that's used to describe an organism that does have both reproductive organs. Ah, I see. Thank you very much. Thank you for explaining this in the chat. So, I'm thinking that he might maybe be something like this, like either like hermaphrodite or intersex. We're gonna see. Or it could be something completely else. Like the thing where, you know, his mother just has him like cross-dress as a woman because she always wanted a daughter, but he's a man. even though she knew, but maybe she went against it so freaking hard that he didn't even have an option. And then everyone else just started believing that he was cursed because he should have been born a woman, something like that. We'll see. Let's continue. How much I adore your smile. And how much I don't want to lose you or it ever again. You must never, reclaim your old selves. Become a loyal servant. Oh my god, the witch! She's speaking. Always at my side. Wow, she's so codependent. She doesn't want to leave any of us alone. And curse them with me, my dears. Eternal suffering on all their souls. Who do you want to curse? Oh! Y'all, maybe the witch Morgana wants to like imprison both Giselle and Michael to do like her bidding, because she's waiting for specific people to get revenge on. And she needs at least one of them. But maybe it's also something deeper, like she doesn't want to be alone. It's the revenge, but she also has grown like accustomed to always having someone. We'll see. I really want to know more. And with how the story has been so freaking well written so far, I'm positive that we are gonna get a story with the witch Morgana. Right now, she's not very likable. My consciousness, wavering like a ship at sea, is slowly drawn back to the surface. With each new breath, feeling gradually returns to my fingers. I can hear the pattering of rain from somewhere, and the sound of a crackling fire. Creak, creak, creak. Splurt, splurt, splurt. It takes a moment for me to realize I am in the very same spot where I first awoke. I don't know how I got here, but I'm sitting in a rocking chair, hunched forward. My head feels like someone filled it with rocks, and I'm having difficulty focusing. My joints are creaking, and I feel like I'm going to vomit. A suffocating odor hangs over the room. What is this? Giselle. Oh, we're back to the present. Giselle. Everything comes back to me all at once. That's right. I watched Morgana kidnap her. I watched the witch drag her into the darkness, unable to reach her hand. Where are you, Morgana? I know you're there, cackling as you look down on me. Say something, witch. I will find you, and I will take her back. Oh, they've been through a lot. Leave them alone. Just let them go, Morgana. What on earth? Yeah, there's blood dripping everywhere. There's a pool of liquid at my feet, rising just short of my ankles. It's sticky and uncomfortably warm. Every step I take makes splat, splat noises. This is blood. The mansion has taken on a very different face from when Giselle was leading me through its halls. Blood of unknown origin not only covers the floor, but also streams down the walls and drips from the ceiling. I'm speechless as I behold the dreadful scene. Every breath I take tastes and smells of rust. It's also unreal, beyond my comprehension. All I can do is stare, aghast, feeling like I might pass out. Giselle, are you seeing this? This same twisted nightmare as me? An image of her floating alone in a vast sea of blood flashes through my mind. That vision kicks me into motion. I promise, I will come for you. So please, just hang in there for a little longer. I begin walking, or more accurately, dragging my heavy feet forward. The constant splashing of blood against my ankles grates at my already taut nerves. Morgana told me to find my way to her, and I can think of only one place she would be. She and Giselle must be there. The tower? The stained glass window is splattered with blood too. It creates trails like streams of tears running down the Archangel's face. I give the window a brief glance before making my way to the door leading to the observation tower. Oh, I'm scared. However, why won't it open? There shouldn't be a lock. Uh-oh. So why? Lustrous black chains seal the metal door. I can recall no such obstruction present during either my life or my time here after. What on earth is going on in this house? You know what I'm also very curious about? Did Michael summon her, or was she always in this mansion? And then when Michael came here, she just latched onto him like a leech. Or did he summon her, like out of like his anger, sadness, like extreme emotions or something, or from a wish? No, that's not important right now. What matters is making it through this door. Damn it. I pull and I push, but the chains won't give an inch. They feel sturdy enough that I probably couldn't cut through them either. There has to be some way. I consider giving up here and scouring the rest of the house, but I'm convinced the tower is my best chance. The fact that it's sealed now when it hadn't been before feels like a challenge more than a deterrent. I trace a length of chain with my hand, and at the end of it, I find a peculiar looking lock into which the ends of several chains have been fed. There are 3 keyholes? Morgana fashioned a custom lock just for this? I need to find 3 keys to open the door then. But I have no idea where to begin my search. I don't remember a set of keys. We got a key from the man in the painting. Maybe he knows something if we can talk with him? I lived here for more than 10 years, and yet it feels like I've stepped into a strange land. A shift in the dimension, maybe? No, it's not the same house! So what year is it? Searching blindly is only going to waste time. And the longer I take, the more danger she's in. I met someone before who had a key. It was before I had reclaimed myself. When I was exploring the mansion alone. Think, Michael, who was it? The painting. Oh! Yeah! Woo! You and me both, Michael! We're in sync. Does it look brighter than it was before? Like everything else in the house, the painting is covered in blood. So the man is not gonna come out and speak with us? I wonder who that was in the painting then. That it depicts a serene rural landscape only makes the contrast that much grimmer. I remember talking to this painting. Assuming I wasn't hallucinating. I have a question for you. Are you awake? Please wake up. Didn't the white-haired girl in the first story mention something about, like, was she not able to read, but she was able to, like, feel the paintings or something? It was something she said that stuck with me, but I don't remember now. Please wake up. Oh, it worked! Oh! Can you hear my voice? Please say something. You reside here in the house, like the witch, don't you? You've been here with her all this time, haven't you? Then you must know how to get into the observation tower. About the 3 keys that I need to open the lock. I need to get into the tower. Please tell me where I can find the keys. Say something, damn it. Answer my question. What? Is someone there? Are we speaking to the same man, or is it someone else? What's the matter? I feel kind of strange. Are you stuck? Are you the same man who gave us a key or not? Did the witch do something to me? Me. Please get a hold of yourself. Everything's all red. Can we take away the blood so he goes back to normal? I can't stand it. I don't remember using that color. Oh? The man in the painting is a painter? You know who else was a painter? The white-haired girl's dad, right? He was a painter. So could that be him? But why would the witch trap him in? Unless they have some kind of bond. I don't know. Let's go. I reach my hand up to try to wipe as much of the blood off of the canvas as possible. But I can't even smear it with my sleeve, let alone get it off. You're wasting your time. But it's the thought that counts. Anyway, you had a question for me. How am I doing with this? Go on, I'm listening. I guess the painting isn't on the witch's side then. The door to the observation tower has been locked. I need to gather 3 keys, I think. That's my assumption, since the lock has 3 keyholes. Do you know of any such keys? And if so, could you tell me where they might be? Keys? Keys? Keys. Please stay with me. You're the only one I can ask for help. Whoa, keys times 10. I'm guessing that this is probably in some way connected to her past. Her past? You know, the events the witch is always cursing about. What happened between her and those 3 men? 3 men? Do we know these 3 men? I'm thinking the 3 men of the previous 3 stories so far. Maybe? Maybe the witch, and like I said, the witch is connected with the white-haired girl, and it has been some kind of a revenge plot from the beginning. What happened between her and those 3 men? So it could be Mel, Yukimasa, and Jacopo. Or it could be completely different characters. But those are the 3 that popped up. And that has had some kind of relationship with the white-haired girl. But I'm unsure of what to think. If I think that the white-haired girl is some kind of force working for the witch, or if the witch like reincarnated as the white-haired girl. But they have very different personalities. Although, well, this Giselle also had a very different personality in the end because of everything she's been through. So, yeah, okay. So personalities aren't constant. They never are anyway. In real life, there aren't. But throughout the 3 stories, the white-haired girl has been consistent. Okay, let's continue. I'm rambling. What happened between her and those 3 men? What happened between them? The keys are probably with the 3 of them. I don't remember them talking about any keys, though. The 3 shadows. You must have seen them. Have we? If it's not the 3 that I pointed out, have we seen silhouettes? No, because whenever there's been like an NPC or someone that hasn't had like an important part of the story, there have always just been like other, or there's been a name. We've never seen a silhouette unless it's been a bestia, a beast. That's when we've seen a silhouette. Or we've seen like a silhouette and then we've actually seen the person. But maybe Michael has seen them. And they're not from the stories that Giselle told. Or they are in the stories, but we have not seen them. They've been like sideline characters, maybe? 3 men. Shadows. Find them. And you'll probably find the keys. The keys too. But watch yourself. They aren't likely to trust you easily. The depth of their sins grows greater the farther you go. What in the... Visit them in order. In order, in order, in order. The first one probably won't be a problem. So tell me something. You're Michael, aren't you? What? The man in the painting knows him? I wanted to apologize to you for so long. Wait, what? Wanted to apologize for what? What? Okay, maybe we'll know. I have no clue. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm there as well. What do you mean? Who could it be? But I'm assuming he's a painter because he said that that's not the color I used for the painting. Michael's father's wasn't a painter, so that can't be Antonin. Yuck. Who else? Someone in Michael's story, maybe? I mean, we don't know much about Michael yet. Do you know me? Did you? What do you want to apologize for? Wait, if it is the painter, maybe he's like, well, sorry I gave you the hair color and the eye color. Tell me, please. Although I love that combination. Could you be... But why? How? Michael, you know? Tell me! When everything else is finished, I'm going to need to visit this painting again. That's when we're gonna know who this is. But now, I have other things to do. The painting gave me a hint about where I could find the keys. I don't know anything about this past Morgana has with the 3 men. I never asked her about herself after all. So maybe I'm going to end up having to do more than simply take Giselle back. Has our involvement with the witch caused us to be swept up into her twisted maelstrom of fate? Regardless, I need to get to work. Yeah. I feel bad for him, I feel bad for Giselle as well, but this is a very interesting love story. First, she waits for him like 1,000 years and goes through hell and back for him. And now he's probably gonna have to do the same. Y'all, love so strong. I love this. This is my favorite couple. The painting said to visit them in order. I assume he was referring to the order I entered the 3 doors. So that does mean... Oh. But there could still... I could be jumping to conclusions. I'm hoping that we get to see the characters again and, you know, not new characters. I mean, it would be more interesting. I assume he was referring to the order I entered the 3 doors. Save. So if we're going in order, salvage. Go outside to the rose garden because that's the first door. We were at the rose garden. Right? I'm not gonna get locked out of this if I pick the wrong one, am I? Or is this like a choice where you can get like a bad ending? I kind of want to know. Let me see the comments. I'm gonna pick the Rose Garden. Because that's the first door. I'm guessing that's what they want us to do. Den and cellar are bad ends. Ah, Rose Garden is right one. Yes. Okay. Then we're keeping those two so we can... Since I have a save here, we can go back later on. Because I do want to get all the endings as well. Okay, go outside to the Rose Garden. The dead ends are pretty interesting though. Oh, should I do the dead ends now then? Or can we do them later? What do we want to do? What do you guys feel like doing? Do we wanna see what happens with these two? We can do them first. Rose Garden is always nice. Maybe. Well, it was some time ago that I saved. Should we? Should we go for the Rose Garden? Okay, we can go to the Rose Garden, and then when I finish the story, we'll go through all of the other decisions that I haven't picked. So, okay, Rose Garden. I make my way to the Rose Garden. The corridor leading there is a mess, and the wooden door is rotting away. I can smell the flowers on the other side. Everything is different from when I was alive. From when Giselle planted and raised that single rose. A scene from the past spreads out before me. The field of each proudly flourishing roses is now withered and grey. Knowing how beautiful it had once been only makes it that much more dispiriting. A bitter breeze brushes past me. Solitude hangs over the garden like a thick fog, eating away at me. This isn't what I wanted. Someone get me out of here. Is that Mel's hair? Y'all, I'm gonna be delighted to see Mel again. I'm gonna be delighted to see him again. If that is Mel. Please be Mel! But someone get me out of here. What happened? Oh God. Tell me that I'm not the bad one here. Uh-oh. A young man's shadow stands off to the side, muttering listlessly to himself. I recognize his voice. Do you have the key? The boy and I have never met, but I feel like I know him quite well, like we have been acquainted for many years. I know how polite and mild-mannered he is. It's Mel! It's Mel! It has to be! I know how kind and how vulnerable, how human his heart is. However, very little of that boy seems to remain. What happened? This isn't what I wanted. Oh God. Please answer me. Someone get me out of here. Tell me that I'm not the bad one here. Oh my goodness. Did someone push him to do something? I can't fathom this sweet boy doing anything bad. Answer me, Melrose. I know that's you! Mel! You guys, it's Mel! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I didn't think we would see him again! Wow, so lucky. Huh? As soon as I say the shadow's name, it turns to face me. I still can't make out much detail, but he seems slightly less tenuous now. Who are you? How do you know my name? My name is Michael. I once lived here in this mansion. Michelle. Oh, he recalls Michelle's name! The white-haired girl! Oh my god, sweet baby boy! Oh my gosh! I know that name. Okay, then it definitely has to be like that. That Michael's name is supposed to be pronounced like Michelle, and then Michelle and Michelle. So they're pronounced almost the exact same. I know that name. I know it very well. But something's not right. He's like, "You a man though. You look different from the Michelle I remember." I'm not the Michelle you know. Our names simply sound the same. There we have it! Sound the same. But I'm gonna have to distinguish them with Michael and Michelle. Oh. That makes sense. She would never come see me. Oh. I have a question for you. Do you have the key to the observation tower? I do. Would you please give it to me? I need to get into the tower. And what do you need there? There's someone there I need to find. That's all? Mel, what do you think is up in that tower? It may not sound like much to you, but it means a great deal to me. You're not one of her prisoners, then? No. I came here of my own will. To find this person? Exactly. Then maybe you can help me. Help you how? Set me free. Yes! Convince her to release me from this place. Heck yes! I'm begging you. Y'all, is his soul trapped here for eternity? The anguish emanating from the boy's shadow is so thick it causes me to recoil. Oh my god, we have to help him. We have to help him. There's a thread of dark desperation in his voice. Has he been imprisoned here for hundreds of years like Giselle? Promise me you'll get me out of here. Am I even equipped to judge whether that would be a good decision or not? I'm gonna be the judge of this. Let him out of here. This boy has done nothing wrong. All I know of him is his time in the mansion during the era of roses. I know nothing else of his life. I don't even know if I would be capable of keeping such a promise. Do I have the strength to save anyone other than her? Do you absolutely need the key? You won't agree to help me without it, will you? What? I dropped it. Over there. Huh? The boy is pointing to a thick bramble of roses. Despite the flowers themselves being wilted, the thorns are still sharp. It was an accident, I swear. But I didn't want to scratch up my arm, so I left it there. It's not my fault there are so many thorns. Nothing's gonna happen if Michael, like, is bloodletting or something here, right? He's not gonna get trapped, is he? I really want to hit this boy. No, Michael! He's just a baby! No! Grab a stick or something. Why couldn't you have just said so? Because I thought if I didn't have the key, that you wouldn't help me. There is only so much I can do, regardless of whether you have the key. I cannot promise you anything, nor can I be the judge of you. Oh, no, I don't want to leave him. I don't want to leave him. If I get an option, I'm gonna help him. I see. I do not have enough information to make such a decision. Do you mean in, like, his previous life or something? I can't even fathom him being heartless. Maybe tricked into doing something. But no, that's not the Mel we know. Cheap promises and superficial kindness will only serve to destroy the both of us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to retrieve the key. Y'all, he's determined to get Giselle back. Well, you'll never get it out of those thorns. I don't care if it's at the bottom of the ocean. I will have that key. You're wasting your time. I approach the bramble, reaching out for it with my right hand. From behind me, I can sense the boy watching. First, I attempt to spread the tangled thorn-ridden stems, so I can put my arm in without injuring myself. But they seem to be made of iron rather than plant. And my efforts prove mostly fruitless. What the? The only opening is barely enough to fit an arm in an end resemblance and toothy mouth of a beast. Mel is smaller, so he's probably gonna reach for it anyway, isn't he? Looking around the garden, I can't find anything that looks remotely useful. I guess my only option is reaching in. That's not going to stop me. I lean down, inserting my right arm into the thorny cavern. Immediately, they begin ripping at my sleeve and gashing at my flesh. Ah! Blood spills down my arm. I'm long since dead, no longer human, but the pain is still agonizing, still very much real. Giselle, she doesn't bleed. She doesn't feel pain. Am I not the same as her then? That doesn't matter right now. Focus on getting the damn key. Oh my gosh, Michael! Streams of crimson spread through the steel-like tangle, gnawing at my arm like a ravenous animal. Where the hell is the key? The thorny stems are twisted and layered so thick I can't see inside at all. As I dig around blindly, I start losing feeling in my arm. Oh my gosh! It's an endless deluge of pain. Hey, cut it out! You're going to lose your arm. I will not stop until I have the key. Oh my gosh. Don't ask me for help. I wasn't even considering it. Feels like Mel is gonna go like, okay, okay, okay. I collect what remains of my gradually fading sensation and focus it into my fingers, praying even one of them will brush against the key. Ah. Damn it. But as much as I search, as much as I dig, I find nothing so much as resembling a key. Which means it must be deeper than I can reach my arm. Even so, I cannot give up. Oh my gosh. Hey, please be quiet right now. I need to focus. I'm sorry. I do have the key actually, Mel! Oh my gosh. That was very devious of you. Oh, well, he felt bad enough to tell us. Michael is gonna be like, wow, I'm gonna beat you up. You what? I'm so sorry. It didn't look like you were willing to help even if I gave it to you, so... Plus she told me not to give it to anyone, for any reason. So the witch told you this. Hold still so I can beat you? No, 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 no. Run, Mel, run. Leave the key and run. I didn't mean you any ill will. You most certainly did. I'll give you the key, so please have mercy. Trembling in fear, the boy's shadow sticks out a hand, holding a key. Please don't strike him. The arm I used to dig through the thorns is so bloody and gashed, I can barely look at it. But it does still function. And so I take the key from him with my right hand. We have one key. Why couldn't you use your other hand? He's like, well, this is my revenge. That's gross. That's the idea? We knew this, we knew. Y'all, Michael is such a character. He's such a character. You're kind of a jerk, you know. And this is exactly what Giselle said. That's a laugh coming from you. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? I know. I'm sorry, really. But hey, you're alive, so no big deal, right? But wait, can you actually say either of us are alive? I don't even know anymore. I do appreciate you giving me the key though, seeing as it seemed to be rather important to you too. Hey, is this person you want to get back really worth going through all this for? She is. She's the one person who ever loved me. And she's waiting for me. I see. You know, I had someone that meant a lot to me too. My sister. Right. Which one? Right. Right. You got me there, Michael. You got me there. Nelly? Which? The one with flaxen hair, like me. So maybe he never realized, or he was completely in Delulu mode and was like, nope, white hair girl, Michelle was not my sister, not. And Michael's like, oh, he doesn't know. If you happen to see her, do something nice for her, please. Yeah, Mel. I love Mel. That, I would say, is your responsibility. But can he even get out of here? Ever? Is he not trapped? Yeah, you're right. But I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. In the tale I witnessed, the boy pushed his sister away. For an understandable reason, admittedly. But now, he seems to bear no grudge for her. Did something else happen between them? Even if it did, I don't have time to ask about it. I'll be on my way. Alright, take care. No, I don't want to leave him! No, bring him with you! No! There are 2 more keys. Watch out, though. They're not the most friendly people. Oh, we know! Oh, we know! Especially the second one! And they'll probably be even more enraged locked up like this. I appreciate the warning. If only someone like you had shown up sooner and taken the keys from us. Goodbye. Has there been someone else? After bidding me farewell, the boy's phantom dissipates into the shadows of the rose garden. I wonder if he's gone back to mindlessly muttering his regrets. I should get going. We save again. And we're going to the cellar. Yeah. I don't feel good about this. I don't want to be near Yukimasa. I descend the stairs, opening the cellar door. The first time I visited this room, the smell of blood from within was nearly suffocating. Now the entire house reeks of it, and I've started to go numb to the odor. There's no one here. Oh, believe me, he's here. I'm scared. He's gonna jump scare me. Am I in the wrong place? I begin exploring the cellar, hoping to maybe find the key hidden away or abandoned somewhere. As I reach my hand out to investigate one area. Oh my gosh! Yukimasa, you bastard! When I get to you! Oh. Y'all, this bastard! This bastard! A shadow leaps out of the thick darkness. You better not do that twice! I'ma slap the shit out of you. It's so swift I have no time to react. My body freezes in place. Oh, I thought he would go again! Leave me alone! Y'all! A shadow stands before me, holding the tip of a blade mere inches from my face. A key. You have a key. I do, yes. Cold sweat trickles down my back. Michael's like, yeah, we know what this guy can do. My voice is shaking and there's no hiding it. The shade appears to be glaring at me, though I cannot make out its face. After a few seconds, it withdraws its blade. Let me see it. The boy's key. Did he give it to you? In the rose garden, yes. Are you two acquaintances? No, this foolish man is not an acquaintance of Mel. No. Mel would never, ever be acquainted with this man. The only way would be that this guy, this man, threatened him. How could that be, though? You were from a completely different era and country. Unless, you know, they were reborn. Who? Who are you? I am... Just tell him you're Michelle. The white-haired girl, and you just grew out your hair. No, never mind. Who you are is irrelevant to me. Yeah, this man does not care. He would kill anyone. Are you human now? Never was. If you are speaking of my nature, then no is the only answer I can give you. And that would be true. Ding 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 ding! Bingo. You didn't kill me though. Yet. Or maybe that's what happens if we come here without the boy's key. Without Mel's key. If you wanted to, you could easily skewer me where I stand. If that's what you want, I'd be happy to oblige. Nope. What did you come here for? Duh. A key. For your key. I came to ask if you would give it to me. Y'all, I cannot see Yukimasa giving us his key. And Mel told us that it was gonna be a little bit difficult. You mean to open that door? I need to get into the tower, yes. I see. Take it. What? What? Really? Really? No. 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 He's up to no good. Michael, please be careful. Remember what Mel said. Remember that we saw his story. Remember, this man is a freaking beast. Don't jump scare me. The man's shadow tosses the key at my feet. Y'all, he would have for sure murdered us if we would have come here before receiving Mel's key, right? I'm not quite sure what to think. Oh, watch out, Michael, because I think he might have a swing at you. I didn't expect him to give it up so readily. Don't put your guard down. What? Take it. Don't tell me what to do, mister! Back up! 15 feet, if you can. Please don't jump scare me. Oh my god, Michael, be careful. I won't stab you in the back while you're bending over. That is exactly what I think you'll be doing! That is exactly... Y'all, this man. Oh, now I'm even more worried. Like, oh, I won't stab you in the back while you're bending over. Like hell you will! Y'all... Oh, he's spewing so much bullshit. I don't trust you for a second. No. And Mel said to be cautious. I thought you were supposed to hold on to this at all costs. Maybe it's a fake key. I no longer have any reason to guard that key. In the past, I might have severed your head from your shoulders the moment you mentioned it, though. What point in the past? I would like to know as well. That's a question I wish I knew the answer to. Dude, I've already had enough with you. I just want to go get out of here. But I don't want to bend over and get the key. Hey, do you know why I'm here? Do you? Where this place is, when it is. Why can't I get out of here? What's happened to me? Does it matter? Tell me. You've been trapped. I have no idea what's going on. Y'all, I do not want to help this guy with anything. Not a single goddamn idea. Neither do I. Get out. Take the key and get out of here. Gladly, but can you just move 15 feet away? Thank you. Michael, oh my god, please be careful. I don't trust this demon. Get out. I can't bring myself to say anything to the enraged shadow, so I follow his command, picking up the key and departing the cellar. Oh, are we safe? Continue sprinting, Michael! I was worried. I thought I was dead for a second. Me too! This makes two, though. Jacopo's turn. What could have happened between these people? But they seem to have known one another. Maybe in another time. The painting mentioned a past with them. Yeah, the three of them. You know, this... I can see Yukimasa and Jacopo vibing with one another. Mel, no. Mel was dragged into this mess by them. Like, no. Mel is innocent. Mel is innocent. The painting mentioned a past with them. And Morgana spoke of the wicked men she cursed. Yeah. The two of them are wicked. But Jacopo, I would say he quite redeemed himself in the end. Does that mean they did something awful enough to earn Morgana's spite? Yeah, I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe Mel did anything. Maybe he was the scapegoat. And Morgana was like, well, F this. You're going down anyway. But also, the white-haired girl, the only one she wanted to hurt was Mel. He was the only one she wanted to strangle. Basically the nicest one. Nah. Y'all, let me be in denial. Let me be in denial. Mel did nothing wrong. My baby did nothing wrong. Right now, though, I must push onward. If I'm not mistaken, the final key should be in that room. The room with the billiards table? What is billiards anyway? Well, now you're gonna see. I should get moving. Once I have this key, I can get into the observation tower. I'm almost certain Morgana is waiting for me there. With Giselle. So I gather up my resolve and hurry to the last room, not wanting to take even a second longer than necessary getting her back. You're not gonna jump scare me, so I'm not afraid. I can hardly believe my eyes when I step into the den. Smoke filled or what? In the middle of the room is a large rectangular table. Ah, the billiards table. Now he's gonna be like, oh, so that's how it looks. Several balls roll across its surface and perched on one corner. Looking down at the floor is her. Is her? The white-haired girl? Giselle. Oh, Giselle. The question of why she's here never crosses my mind. All I feel is elation to see her once more. There's no room for anything else in my mind. Is it Morgana's trick? I run over to her, but put my hand on her shoulder. Thank goodness you're all right. And turn her toward me. It's like she's gonna switch appearance or something. Oh! Oh! Whoa. Giselle? Giselle! I shake her, causing her head to droop lifelessly. No, 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 no! Y'all, if this is some kind of omen, like if this is some kind of... No, nope, I refuse to believe. We're gonna have a happy ending. We're gonna have a little happy ending. There's not a trace of light in her unmoving eyes. Oh my gosh. Why, Giselle, why? Say something, Giselle. Say anything, please. This can't be. You can't be. You can't be. My mind goes blank. I can't catch my breath. The only one who died in this story was Maria in the third story. Maria and then Jacopo. The world is hazy. Why is Giselle? Why did I have to find her like this? Why? I swore I would do anything. I swore I would never lose you again. No, no, no. This can't be. A thought crosses my dazed, despair-wrought mind. It's probably nothing more than vain hope, but... Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. That's right. She doesn't bleed. Yeah, that's what she said when Yukimasa had skewered her. So this can't be her. This isn't her. Or maybe Morgana has the power to alter Giselle's very nature, kill her with the flick of her wrist. No, I don't even want to think about it. There's no hope to be found down that path. All I can do is pray. Beg for her to still be alive. Or if alive isn't the right word, herself. My prayers bring me back to reality. Which is when I realize... Oh, there's something hard pressed against the back of my head. A gun? I hear a harsh metallic clink. Uh-oh. What? What? Did Jacopo just... A piercing bang ripped through the air as I dropped to the hard floor. What in the... I would expect this of Yukimasa, not you, Jacopo. Well, not in the end, anyway. My ears are ringing painfully. Through the cloud of smoke and confusion, I see a man's silhouette. Missed. Then he missed because he just wanted to frighten him. Because I don't think he would have missed. I mean, when he shot Maria, it was right between the eyes. It takes several moments for me to recognize the object in his hand as a gun. Not only because it's draped in shadow, but because I've never seen one with my own eyes. Had I not witnessed what they were capable of through the stories, I would not have understood how terrifying they were. Not a problem, though. I'll finish you with the next one. Now you hold still, boy. Hey! Start running around like a rat and I can't guarantee you a painless death. I would expect you to be, you know, more talkable, more sociable than Yukimasa. I mean, he almost gave me the key immediately. He just wanted me out of there. Like, what in the... What has Morgana told you? Maybe Morgana was like, if you hold on to this key, Michelle will come back. Wait, hold on a second. What are you trying to kill me for? Because you make too much goddamn noise, that's why. We just can't... Oh. Oh well, okay, we did make a scene. But that's because we saw Giselle. You also lost it. Don't tell me. You're the one who... What? I turn my gaze toward the large table. Giselle isn't there. It must have been an illusion after all. The realization sends a wave of relief through me. I still have a gun in my face though. Curious man you are. Does the table warrant your attention more than me? I have a request. Could you give me the key in your possession? That's all I need, and then I'll leave and stop making a racket. I'm not sure you understand your predicament, boy. Because if you think you're in any position to be asking favors, you're dumber than you look. Ha. First off, I don't even know what key you're talking about. I don't believe that. The other two had keys. Yeah, you're not fooling anyone! You telling me they gave you their keys? Yeah. Okay. It sounds like they really do know each other. See for yourself. I believe you should recognize these. Are you collecting them to enter the tower? Are you going to see Morgana? There seems to be a hint of tension in the man's voice. Though I can't see his face, I can sense the waves forming within him. I brace myself for either rejection or hot lead. Lead, maybe. But the apparition gives me neither. Take me with you. What? Now why would I do this? You pointed a gun at Michael. Jacopo, you are on your own. Do you want to come up into the tower? Or do you just want to go out of here? Explain yourself. What? You have the other two keys, don't you? Then you can open the door. Yeah, with your key. Bring me to the witch. Why, you wanna pew-pew her? Wait, slow down. What are you planning to do when you see her? What do you think? Oh, it is to pew-pew her. She has to die or what? He's gone. She has to what? What was he trying to say? And where's the goddamn key? Oh, we got it. Morgana was like, oh, you speaking too much. Disappear. On the floor where the shade stood is a new key. Curious though I am about his last words. Me too. Super curious. This makes 3. I have all the keys now. Oh my gosh. Oh, that startled me. Are you trying to rile me up, Morgana? Are you enjoying yourself up there? Showing me these phantoms and watching me squirm? Just you wait, I'm on my way. I give the room a brief once over before making my way back to the chapel. The keys fit perfectly in the opening on the lock. And when I insert the last one, it clicks open. Y'all, I'm nervous. Y'all, if Morgana has done something to Giselle, Morgana, you're gonna be in trouble. The chains sealing the door falling to the floor. They're waiting beyond this door at the top of the stairs. I start pondering what I can even do in a face-off against Morgana, which sends a nervous shudder down my spine. Yeah, what can we do? I'm not going to back down regardless, but she is a witch, and I'm a mere human. Formerly human. That can still feel pain, mind you. I'm not a master swordsman, nor do I wield a gun. Maybe we should have taken one of those, huh? Maybe the gun, because, you know, long distance. You know what? I think that he'd be more familiar with a sword than a gun. Yeah, too much technicalities. I have nothing at all with which to fight her. You have your wits and your humor. I still have to confront the witch though, no matter what. As laughably reckless, as foolish as I may be, I have no other option. I place my hand on the door, preparing to climb the tower where I once spent my last breath. Giselle locked safely away in the chamber at the top. The tower where I first met the witch. No hesitation. I'm scared. Oh, please don't jump scare me. Oh my god, no jump scares. Oh, new music. Oh. The sound of blood streaming down the stairs echoes off the stone walls. Although I have begun growing numb to the house's otherworldly ornamentation, the sight of a seemingly endless river of blood flowing down the spiral staircase sends a chill through me. It's like, you know, the falls door where Michael's blood just went down the stairs. Every step I climb makes a splat noise. When I reach a window, I look out to see a churning reddish-black fog. Now this brings me back. You climbing these stairs alone, just like old times. Is this how Michael found her? Morgana. I waited so long for someone like you to show up. Someone who can fulfill her revenge or something? Is that it? And then it switched to Giselle. Someone with enough despair to resurrect me. Give her back. But now I don't see it in you. I don't feel one bit of that intense hopelessness anymore. Was it that resurrected her, or is it just metaphorically speaking? Give her back. And here I had thought we were cut from the same cloth. Morgana. Yes, I'll give her back. If you can make it to me without losing yourself. I will not give up. It doesn't matter what you do. Hehe. Looking up, I can't see how far the stairs extend. It's just a gaping blackness, so I have no way of knowing for sure whether I'm getting any closer. Around and around, around and around, around and around. Beneath me, the blood river traces the same path in reverse. I start to wonder if the staircase even does end. If I'm not just eternally retracing my own steps. But I continue climbing regardless. It's all I can do. Put one foot in front of the other and hope I make it to the top. Morgana, what is this place? What did you do to it? What is it? Why, it's the mansion you lived in for a decade, of course. You look at this and tell me it's the same house. What's with the blood everywhere? Maybe this is the version that Morgana has always seen. Or it's her personal hell from her story. And the three shadows. Now, my dear, no need to raise your voice. And you're being impolite, one question at a time. Answer me. What is this place? That's immaterial. Even if I were to give you an answer you found satisfying, what would that knowledge do for you? Your objective is to reach the top of the stairs and rescue Giselle. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that right? Or by chance, have you taken an interest in me? Well, I do want to know her backstory as well. Despite never once asking me about myself before. My gut tells me that without knowing what this place is, without even the briefest glimpse at its nature, I won't be able to safely get her back. Without knowing what I'm up against, I don't stand a chance. Please tell me about this mansion, Morgana. About yourself. What are you, Morgana? A witch? No, that's not what I'm asking. Why do you have the powers you do? What are you? Yes, I get it. Humans feel the need to attach names to things and phenomena they don't understand. I understand that feeling very well, which is why I'm sure you'll be rather disappointed when I reveal the truth. What do you mean? What if she was just a mere human? And then she turned into this because of her despair. And then Michael's despair resurrected her. So it's just a circle of despair? What I mean is, I am an ordinary human. Or is she really telling the truth? That's not possible. You expect me to believe a human created this illusion? Then are you saying I'm a magician or a wizard, like you might see in a fairy tale? I would believe that over you being human. Think back then, would you? Recall our time together. Did I ever once use magic? Did I control fire or wind? Did I create illusions? Didn't we just see Giselle? Wasn't that some kinda... No, I did none of that. Because I could not. To you, when you were alive, I suppose you could say, I was not but a simple ghost. But when you were alive, a rather mischievous but otherwise powerless spirit. And I was nothing more to those three men either. The witch Morgana was never anything but a wretched phantom haunting this old house. But then, how do you explain this? Michael, my dear, we're not the same beings we once were. We're different than we were in the realm of light, the era of the living. You figured that much out, though, haven't you? That you're already dead. It's okay, we can get reborn! Yes, I know. I know I couldn't possibly be alive. But he feels pain. Yet still you view this world enough through the lens of the living. You make no effort to see it as the land of the dead. Tell me, why would you think that the realm of the living and dead are the same? though the worlds behind each door were so vibrant. The mansion itself never had any color. They were the memories of the past, of the land of the living, of the times forever lost to us. Our lives have already come to an end, my dear. Every last soul within these walls is dead. This is the world that lies beyond the end. It is my world. This is the afterlife. Why get caught up in the how do you say that? I don't know. None of us has a future. So what reason is there for you to desperately obsess over taking Giselle back? Just like you, she is long since dead. She's a walking corpse. It's nothing I didn't already know, but hearing her say it is like a kick to the gut. Dead or alive, she still lives on within this house, and my spirit found its way back too. Why then should I not wish for her to have a future, no matter what form it may take? No matter if my choices erase her from this world entirely, having seen what lies beyond the door in her heart, what happened in all those hundreds of years, I could never let her remain here with you. Oh, Michael. He's so dear, trapped in this world bereft of light, drifting aimlessly for all eternity. Ahahaha. So determined you feel the need to raise your voice. But you're not going to budge on that point, I see. I ask you this again, Morgana. Please tell me about yourself. How did you become a witch? How did you end up attached to this house? I want to hear your story. You honestly want to know about me? I do now, yes. But not for me. For her, right? Don't be shy now. It's the truth, isn't it? Besides, if you did say it was for me, not her, I might die of laughter. Yeah, quit tricking us already. Just continue with your story. As you wish. You have seen many tales of people's lives since arriving here, and now you shall see mine. I have a feeling hers is gonna be tragic as well. Though I ask you this, will you write in despair with me? Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair again and again and again? As I said before, if that is what you want from me, let me tell you something, though, my dear. It will not be as easy to watch as you imagine. Now that you've reclaimed yourself, you will be able to feel all my pain as if it were your own, to resonate with it. Resonate with it? Uh-oh. You no longer have your little guardian with you either. My guardian? She was always protecting me. Hehe. You'll have a wonderful time, I'm sure. It's a tale that could have only taken place in that era of miracles and spirituality. Wondrous and weird, senseless and stupid, hopelessly tragic. Will you watch it with me? As soon as the final word leaves her mouth, I'm engulfed in darkness, not even given a moment to brace myself. The tower stairs crumble beneath me. My feet have nowhere to go. As I'm being battered by the roaring blood river, my consciousness melts with another. I carry within me the child of God. That is where it all began. The words of one foolish woman determined the course of my entire life. Before I was even born, my fate was decided. Did her claim come from faith? Was it her way of escaping reality? Did she do it for money or fame? I don't know. I have been visited by an angel of the Lord. The village where she lived had suffered from years of poor harvest. It had been months since the last rain, and all the villagers prayed desperately to be blessed with succor. I am with child, though I have known no man. So she's saying she's like Virgin Mary, and she just happened to get pregnant with a kid, and now they all are gonna assume that this child is holy, and this child is Morgana. So proclaimed the pregnant woman in the midst of the drought. And on the day of my birth, the very moment I let out my first cry, a heavy rain fell down upon the village. Uh-oh. Now they're gonna assume it too. Because she said she was a regular human. The storm quenched the parched earth, nourishing the crops and saving the village. The villagers were astounded, for they had thought the drought would never end. As plump drops of rain poured down upon the village, they gathered around newborn me in exultation. Ah, she is the child of God. Perhaps there would be more wonder in claiming I had magical powers. Perhaps it would make a better story if I were to stay there where higher forces involved. But all these years later, here is what I truly think. It was nothing more than a fluke. An improbable stroke of luck. An improbable stroke of luck. An unbelievably fortunate accident for my mother and the village, and an indescribably unfortunate accident for myself. Oh, I can see how this can become very troublesome. She feels like she could become like a commodity for the village instead. And if her powers do not work, they might even abuse her. I am with child, though I have known no man. Ha 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 ha, as if that's even possible. Maybe she had fooled around with a man who had gone and abandoned her, and she spouted those lies to convince herself it had never happened. None of the village men made any claim to be my father. Perhaps he was someone else's husband, and as such, he couldn't reveal himself, as adultery is a sin in the eyes of God. The girl they were praising as the child of God was, indeed, not more than the ordinary daughter of a wretched woman. At the time, though, I thought differently. I believed my mother's words, convinced I was a saint, and it gave me a sense of duty, of purpose, rather than superiority. As the daughter of God, I believed it was my responsibility to help anyone in need. So every day I prayed. I asked my Father what I could do, what I was meant to do. Not everyone is equally good, however. There will always be someone who lends their ear to the devil's whispers. One man claimed I was the daughter of a charlatan. He shouted for all to hear, "If you really are the child of God, then perform a miracle for us." Could he have been any more unreasonable? Miracles are neither magic nor parlor tricks. They are realized through the power of faith. A lowly villager has no place demanding God prove his own divinity. It is the height of arrogance. But the man refused to heed my words. So having no other choice, I contemplated what I could do to show him I was, indeed, a saint. And blood was the spark of my inspiration. Michael, the time when I lived and the time when you lived were not so different. Our views and beliefs about the world are very much the same. So you should understand that in our time, blood was seen as unclean. It was a dreadful thing, ridden with diseases, which is why we drained the blood from animals and purified the flesh before consuming it. But being a saint, my blood would have been different. This is starting to sound a little bit vampiric. What did they do with your blood? Like the blood of the saints who came before me, mine would be blessed. I believed it would be able to cleanse people's impurities. For my demonstration, I chose an elderly woman afflicted with a terrible disease. She was on her deathbed, and no one thought she would live for longer than another day or two. The woman was overjoyed when I came to visit her. Sincerely believing me to be a holy servant of the Lord, she gathered all the strength she could muster to climb from her bed and kiss my feet. I felt an intensely deep love for this woman. Placing my hands upon her cheeks, I said with all the kindness in my heart, "My beloved sister, partake of my blood." The woman agreed without a glimpse of hesitation, and so I pricked the tip of my finger with a knife and let the blood drip into her mouth. Within 3 days, her health had improved enough for her to get out of the bed unassisted. Could also be that she, a placebo effect as well. Seeing that, no one in the village doubted my powers any longer. In fact, the man who had accused me of being the daughter of a charlatan was subsequently punished for his sins. He received much deserved retribution for challenging the daughter of God, for mocking her. But of course, being a saint, I forgave the man. He in turn repented and changed his ways, worshipping me as the true child of God. Now I'll be honest with you. I was ecstatic, utterly elated. I felt like I was on top of the world and I reveled in it. The villagers showered me with adulation. They revered me, the daughter of God. Anyone who didn't was punished. And on top of that, my blood could cause miracles. Maybe she felt really elated because she felt wanted. Tell me, do you look down on me for feeling the way I did? The actual child of God would never let herself be consumed by such base emotions, would she? But if you would give me a chance, I would like to explain myself. I was but a young girl at the time, and to a child her mother is the world. Anything she says is the absolute truth. So when my mother's claims so happened to coincide with a lucky miracle, my young mind was set in stone. That checks out. I was a saint. My blood could heal the sick, and nothing would convince me otherwise. After all, I was but a girl of 6 years old. It is not my place to decide whether my blood truly had miraculous powers or not. If you think it did, then it did, and if you think it was all Happenstance. Happenstance? That's the first time I heard this word as well. Then so it was. Miracles are brought about by faith. So the elderly woman who was healed was done so by the power of her own belief. That's what I believed. Baseless hope and desire can, at times, make the otherwise impossible reality. You understand just how major a role religion played in our time, don't you, Michael? Especially as someone whose life was taken from him in the name of God. And you understand how powerful word of mouth can be as well, don't you? It didn't take long for word of the miracle-performing child of God to spread. Travelers from faraway lands came to our village, all in search of aid. Driven by a mixture of elation and duty, I gave my blessings unto every pilgrim who sought them. I gave them my blood, yes. My young hands were perpetually covered in wounds, running out of skin on my fingers. I cut the back of my hands, my palms, my wrists. What the? She was just 6 years old too, like what the frick, this is sick. Before long, they had turned into swollen, carved up black and red horrors. And so I kept them wrapped in cloth at all times. The only time I uncovered them was to give blood to those who sought it. My lacerated hands were, in no uncertain terms, gruesome and unsightly. But the believers who came to see me all wept at my selfless sacrifice. And so I came to cherish those wounds. There were some for whom no miracle took place, but whenever that would happen, the villagers would come out and say, "The daughter of God is not to blame, you simply lack sufficient faith." Thus, such incidents had no negative effect on my reputation as a saint. For 3 years, I continued dueling out blessings. One day, while I was offering a prayer, my mother let slip her discontent. "Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? Why must you give strangers grace? We should be getting compensated. We deserve remuneration. If we charge just a little bit for each blessing, we could be living so much more comfortably." I was dumbfounded. How could the mother of a saint say such things? Helping people was my divine calling, and she expected payment? I nearly wept, hearing my mother preoccupied with such worldly desires. So I explained to her how important this work was. I taught her that we were not to covet material wealth, that we were to dedicate our lives to the service of our fellow man. Y'all, the way I think the mother is gonna be like, "But you're no saint, I lied!" "You're right, my dear saint," she said, understanding. And I believed her. I fell asleep that night convinced she truly understood and that there would be no more problems. But the next day, I was sold off. Men I had never seen before carried me by the arms and tossed me into a carriage. Confused and panicked, I stuck my head out, searching for my mother. Off in the shadow of the house, I saw her with a strange man, accepting a bag of coins. The carriage rocked back and forth, as it rolled along a dirt road. Shaking and bouncing within it, I struggled with overwhelming grief and despair. It was, perhaps, the first time in my life I had felt such a powerful emotion. I didn't know what I felt so much despair over, though. Obviously, it was over my present predicament, but I wasn't sure what about it hurt the most. Was it that I had been pawned off like a slave? Was it that my mother, the mother of a saint, had been blinded by money? Was it that the villagers had watched in silence as a disciple of the Lord was thrown into a carriage? Or was it that I, daughter of God, lamented my misfortune like a mortal? I decided it was a trial. My father, the Lord God, was testing my worthiness of being his daughter. So I choked back my urge to cry and sat there in silent contemplation. Y'all, she was just 6 years old. For almost 3 weeks was I rocked around in the carriage. The coachman treated me well enough, but I'm certain it was only because he didn't want his precious cargo dying before he could deliver it. He did not, by any means, think me the child of God. The third week, the carriage arrived at a city. It was much larger than the village I had grown up in, with many, many more people crowding the streets. Something about them felt different too. They all spoke in a tongue foreign to me, which is when I realized I was far, far away from home. I was delivered to the lavishly decorated mansion of the region's lord. Brightly colored flowers bloomed wildly in the garden as guests laughed and ate extravagant meals. And in addition to them, there were probably 4 times as many slaves moving about the grounds. Getting a range of looks from everyone we passed, from smartly dressed men to scrawny, emaciated servants. I was led to the Lord's chambers. The Lord was surrounded by beautiful women. Perhaps they were slaves, or perhaps they were prostitutes. I couldn't tell. Among them were some girls hardly older than me. They all wore thin swathes of clothes, barely covering themselves at all. The Lord looked me up and down, and with a laugh he said, "Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now." "Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit," I replied, shocked and furious he had just said something so utterly blasphemous. In response, he said, "I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion." Oh my gosh, this is horrible. But I would not have any of it. I entreated him to give up his indulgent lifestyle and devote himself to the service of the Lord. But the more I pleaded, the deeper the creases on his face grew. Thinking back on it now, it was hardly surprising. A 9-year-old girl was scolding the most powerful man in the region. So it's been a couple of years. I believed it was my duty and that I was only doing what was right, but he surely saw it as incredible arrogance. So the Lord forced his will upon me. He bound my hands and feet and cut me without my permission, filling a goblet with my blood and passing it around to his guests. This is horrifying. A saint's blood and good fortune to all. That was when I realized the Lord was only interested in the approval of others. He reveled in their envy as he pranced about, showing off his curious new toy, me. He didn't need my miracles. Neither he nor any of his guests were afflicted with disease or misfortune. They were all richly blessed. Every time he threw a banquet, he drained me of my blood.
It became nearly impossible to find a spot on either of my arms that wasn't a swollen reddish black gash. Oh, this is horrific. And soon, because my arms weren't providing enough blood for him, the cutting spread to my legs. I lived in a haze of half-consciousness. Honestly, I'm amazed it didn't kill me, though perhaps the Lord was simply taking care not to take more than my body could spare. Watching the wealthy partygoers laugh and sip my blood through bleary eyes, another wave of despair came over me. My miracles, my blood, were not meant to be an appetizer at a feast. They were meant for the sick and the poor. But despite my wishes, the Lord persisted to squeeze me dry day in and day out for his own enjoyment. For a while, I was convinced it was all God's test, that it was part of his plan for me, his daughter, that if I could make it through this trial, I would be allowed to go back to helping people. That man would celebrate my success, envy me, worship me. That sinners would face punishment. That divine retribution would be delivered unto all who had wronged me. A saint. With each passing day, my spirit grew more twisted. Would anyone have believed that scarred and bloodied girl tied up on the floor in the banquet hall was a saint? Unlikely. This was no charitable gathering, but an unholy Sabbath. Perhaps it was caused by my corrupted spirit. Perhaps it was my heart's way of crying for help. Or perhaps it was the devil giving me my witch's mark. But no matter what the cause, during one of the bloody banquets, I underwent a transformation. I was half conscious as usual, when one of the guests pointed at me and shouted something. His face went pale, as if he were afraid, which I found quite curious. The Lord then approached me, grabbing me by the hair and lifting my head. He yelled something, but I was too far gone to be able to make out what he was saying. Suddenly I found myself released from my bonds, but my body had grown so weak from being tied up for so long. I didn't have the strength to hold myself up, and so I collapsed to the floor. I was still trying to figure out what was happening when the Lord drew a sword, raising it high above his head. His words in that moment reached me with perfect clarity. "You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin." A witch? Why was he calling me a witch? I was the holy daughter of God. I had certainly never made a pact with the devil. What could have given him that idea? What was in store for me now? Had God performed some kind of miracle for him? Dozens of thoughts and questions floated through my mind as death hung over me. I couldn't comprehend anything, and so I didn't feel any fear or anger at my impending death. I was simply curious. What had happened to me? But before I had a chance to find that answer, the Lord swung down his blade. Oh my gosh, poor kid! Without warning, without any time to prepare, the darkness drains away, and a second later I crash into the stairs, hard. Right at my ear, I can hear the shh of the river of blood. The world fades in and out of view, giving way to very real images of a past I never lived. I'm gonna go grab some water. Throat is getting dry. Well, now we know how freaking horrifying a life Morgana has lived. And of course, it was all because of her freaking mother that she believed that she was actually a saint. Because why would the mother lie about that? Oh, poor kid. Poor kid. Quick bathroom break.
I'm back. What do we think about this so far? Oh my gosh, I feel so bad for her. Like, I knew she would have some kind of tragic story as well. And she was just a kid too. Combined with the fact that all the walls in the house are covered in blood, this story becomes even more scary. Yeah. Michael's name appeared in the name area, so is Michael actually experiencing this as her? Yeah, I believe so. Because she did say that he would resonate with her. Like, he would resonate with her despair and pain, right? So what she's been feeling, Michael will feel too, is what I'm guessing. What kind of snacks are you guys eating? The story is tragic. She really set herself up with the whole blood idea. But she is just a kid, doesn't know better. Yeah. And also the fact that this is back in those days where religion had a really strong hold as well on all of the people. So of course she held on to that hope as well. Like, if her mom told her that she was a saint and that her blood could heal people, she would end up believing this. I mean, she was just a kid, she doesn't know better. But maybe as she grows up, she's gonna realize that her mother was just lying to her just to save herself, and instead making Morgana's life a complete hell. Because she's living as a blood bag right now. It's horrible. I don't think it's gonna end here. Because we still haven't gotten to Mel, Yukimasa, and Jacopo. The world fades in and out of view, giving way to very real images of a past I never lived. I can practically feel the fire in the eyes of that mad blood banket's guest. My vision distorts. I can't regain my focus. Whose blood is this streaming down the stairs? Is it hers? Is it mine? Who am I? A saint? A witch? Is what I'm seeing. Through a lens of clarity or madness. Wait, no. I am not her. I am Michael, no one else. It hurts, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It's hard to breathe. Your chest is on fire. Your vision is blurry. It's dark. It's lonely. It's scary.
It's frustrating, it's disheartening, it's exasperating, isn't it? What you're feeling is exactly the pain I felt. I reach my hand out in a plea for help, which is when I see something I can hardly believe. What? Oh my gosh. Both of my arms are covered in gashes, blood flowing from them without end. The raw flesh beneath my skin has been exposed to the open air. All I can bring myself to do is scream. That pain, her horrible past, is doing everything in its power to break me. That 9-year-old girl's sickening experiences are twisting and constricting and crushing me. Why is this happening to you? Are you really that slow, my dear? You're empathizing with my pain. You're just that kind-hearted, Michael. Oh, you said you wouldn't give up, didn't you? That you would make your way to me. Then surely this won't be enough to do you in. Of course it won't. Y'all, Michael loves Giselle so much. Ha ha ha. Mustering up every last bit of strength I can, I begin crawling up the stairs. The red river beats against my open wounds, stinging painfully. The simple act of lifting an arm or a leg is almost unbearably agonizing. The blood dripping from my lacerated arms mixes with the blood already soaking the tower. So this is the pain Morgana suffered. Do you despise everyone, Morgana? Did your resentment at your mother's betrayal, at the people who came seeking your blood, at the Lord who took your life, turn into a hatred for all mankind? Your perception of me is still incorrect, Michael. My grudge is only against a select few. Think about it, my dear. Of the thousands, millions, billions of people living on this planet, my world is comprised of but a minuscule fraction of that. Hatred for all mankind? No. What I feel is not nearly so nebulous. Although, if I had died, still believing I was a saint, maybe I wouldn't have such a well-defined mission. Are you saying the Lord didn't kill you? Oh my, did you actually think that was the end of my tale? Ahahaha. Despite all your big talk, you're afraid of having to suffer through any more of that, aren't you? But you're the one who said you wouldn't give in. So go on. Know my pain. Without losing your mind. Oh, now I feel bad for Michael as well. To have to feel all of this. Oh. Once again, my surroundings crumble. I have no say. I have no chance to object before I'm dragged back to that repulsive banquet. I reach out, stretching my hand as far as it will reach, but all I can grab is darkness. My bloody body sinks back into the abyss. The pain becomes more than just a memory, eroding away at my consciousness. You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin. Maybe if I had died then, I wouldn't have become the witch you know now. But that's all conjecture. Theorizing about what could have happened is an exercise in futility. But no, I did not die that day. Brought together by constant mistreatment, the Lord's slaves chose that moment to start a revolt. When he swung down his blade, someone bumped into him and it was knocked off its course. I didn't have the strength to get to my feet, so I simply watched the chaos unfold before my hazy eyes. It never even occurred to me that I should try to escape. At some point during the riot, a young man, one of the slaves, grabbed me by my bloody, limp arm and led me out of the Lord's manor. So somebody helped her. The young man brought me to a slum, a place where the people banded together in their hardships, barely scraping together enough to eat every day, let alone pay the taxes demanded of them. By the time we had arrived at a small brothel located a ways into the slum, the fog was starting to clear from my mind. I knew where we were, and feeling the gazes of those scantily clothed women, I trembled. In a sense, that was possibly the most frightened I had ever been in my life, despite everything else I had been through. The idea that I had fallen so far I would have to become a prostitute scared me to death. After all, I was a saint, and saints were supposed to retain their purity. Spreading my legs for any man who gave me enough coins would shatter my very identity. As all that was going through my mind, I probably shouted no in protest, because the slave gave me an exasperated look and told me he hadn't brought me here to become a prostitute. He said he knew someone here, someone I could trust, and that she would give me a room. I had trouble believing him though. I couldn't trust the word of a prostitute, someone who valued money more than her own body. It was all a trap, I was sure. One day they would tell me I had to work. Nothing he said would convince me otherwise. Apparently, sensing my mistrust, the slave gave me an apologetic frown and handed me a mirror, saying, "Even if I did, you couldn't get any work looking like that." I could not believe what I saw. That couldn't be my face. It had to be an illusion. There was no way. That was not the face of a saint. It couldn't be. It wasn't real. It wasn't possible. Patches of skin had fallen off my face, exposing the raw red flesh beneath. It looked quite similar to what had been done to my arms and legs. Oh my gosh, poor girl. Except my face had never been cut before. Looking at myself in the mirror, even I doubted my own sainthood. The thing in my reflection was a hellish abomination. It was the twisted face of a witch. And although I was shocked by what I saw, at the same time, it answered several lingering questions. It explained why the Lord and his guests had panicked at the sight of me. And it also explained why he had said I was a witch wearing a saint's skin. Over the course of the dozens of banquets I had participated in, my face must have mutated, twisting into this ugly, sickening, monstrous thing. The sight of what I had become sapped the last bit of willpower from me. Not because I was particularly fond of my face or thought myself especially beautiful, but because it crushed me to see everything saintly about me crumble away. Test from God or otherwise, I didn't have the strength left to attempt to overcome it. Deciding I would rather be dead than struggle any longer, I begged the slave to kill me. Taking one's own life was a sin. If I did that, I would not be able to return to my father's side, and I wanted to ask him why I had been put through such tribulation. But the young man refused. He said, completely missing my intention, that if I persevered, good fortune would eventually find me. He said that if I lived on, I would eventually have a chance to get my payback. I hope we meet this guy again. I had no such worldly concerns, though. But if no one would take my life, I had no choice but to live. I despised life at the brothel. The men who came to buy their services were disgusting buffoons. The kind of people who would think they could deceive God, and the women fawning over them were just as repulsive. That said, I had nowhere else to go, which meant I was forced to suffer that sickening place. But by the time a year or so had passed, my feelings about it had changed. The woman of the brothel took good care of me, treating me like a sister. At first, it was just irritating. I was a saint, and how could a saint have prostitutes for sisters? But over time, I got to know them better, grew to appreciate their circumstances and hardships. Despite barely having enough money to keep food on the table, whenever they had a little to spare, they would use it to purchase medicine, ointments to apply to my arms, legs and face. And as a result of their generosity, my arms and legs started looking almost human, but nothing had any effect on my face. Occasionally, the slave would drop in to check on me. The other man thought me ghastly and wouldn't get anywhere near me, but he was different. And every time he visited, he would say, "One day, I'll show you the world." And to tell you the truth, I was beginning to grow attached to it all. My time at the brothel was probably, all things considered, one of the brighter chapters of my life. There I was neither saint nor witch, but an ordinary human girl. For the first time, I felt like my life had meaning beyond my assumed divine purpose. I was even beginning to feel kind of happy. And with each passing day, my intractable worldview was gaining a little flexibility. Perhaps I could perform miracles, but that didn't necessarily mean I had to be the daughter of God or a saint. Maybe I was just a regular person who happened to possess some unusual abilities. Ridiculous, isn't it? Despite coming to accept my humanity, I refused to let go of my miraculous powers. They were the last thing protecting what I thought of as myself. And maybe this incredible will to have this kind of miraculous powers, this belief, maybe made her have these. But to me at the time, it felt like a very dramatic change of heart. 3 years after a revolt at the Lord's Manor, I had my 12th birthday, for which they threw me a little dinner party. The women all pitched in to bake me treats, and the young slave man was there too. I was happy. I thought that if life could continue on like this, I was fine with not going back to being a saint. But for some reason, happiness always seems to slip away as soon as you've got your hands around it. No one sincerely wants to lose it, so why must they? I certainly didn't mind not being miserable. Let me tell you what happened that night. On the night of my birthday celebration, bandits attacked the brothel. Now, bandits were hardly a rarity in that time, so everyone was always on the lookout, and we never went out at night. They wouldn't stop at robbing you either. They were armed with blades and would frequently kill their targets if necessary. But cautious as we were helpless against a direct raid. The brothel fell into a panic, screams echoing in the night. The customers were carved up and left for dead. The women were bound and stowed away to be sold. My peaceful world shattered in an instant. And the next thing I knew, I was some slave trader's merchandise. I don't know what became of the prostitutes who cared for me or the slave who brought me to them. I assumed the women were sold and the young man slaughtered. But regardless, I found myself being rocked around in the back of a carriage once more. The carriage was packed so tight you could barely see the floor, and it smelled like death. Sweat, urine, feces, every foul odor imaginable compressed into a tiny space. There were both men and women there, nearly all of them muttering or groaning or weeping. Everyone was young, ripe to be put to work. It didn't take me long to realize what fate awaited these people. And me. And when I did, I just sat there in silence. Then, for the first time, I cried. I was experiencing, I believe, a very human emotion. I was sad, hurt, that I had been taken away from a place where I was happy. From the woman at the brothel and that young man. It crushed me. And no longer did I wonder why such a thing was happening to the holy daughter of God. Something about my tears must have seemed strange to him, because one man saw me and said, "Why are you crying?" He was a curious man. To start, he looked very different from anyone else. The color of his skin, the length of his nose, the shape of his eyes. Everything about him was new and unusual. I don't know why I imagined Yukimasa. Hesitantly, I replied, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." The man fell silent, looking as though he was deep in thought. I had no idea why he had asked me that, but something about him made me uncomfortable, so I couldn't bring myself to ask. Several hours later, the man suddenly stood up. The guards had no patience for anyone stepping out of line, and they didn't look like they would hesitate to kill us either. So, unsurprisingly, one at the back of the carriage drew his sword and pointed it at the man. What was surprising, though, was what happened next. The man, His hands shackled like the rest of us, leapt for the guard, slamming his fists into his face and stealing his sword. If this ain't Yukimasa, then I don't know. The entire carriage was in shock. The guards were too stunned to effectively react, so they were quickly cut down. And because the one-man uprising had taken place between cities, there was no one the slave traders could ask for help before they were slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. And there was nothing human about what I had witnessed. Nothing human. If I had to describe it, I would say it was as though a wild beast had attacked. Y'all! I knew it! Yukimasa! The man ruffled through the slave trader's clothes until he found the keys, which he brought to me, ordering I unshackle him. And so I did as he commanded. Once they had had enough time to process what had happened, the would-be slaves applauded. Their wretched souls had been saved. And for a moment I believed so too. Y'all, if this is Yukimasa, he gonna leave you all for the dead. When the man's hands were free, he rolled his shoulders a couple of times, made sure everything was in place, and then he began his massacre. Ah, Yukimasa. He always despicable, it seems like. He just... Screams of agony filled the carriage as he ran his sword through the helpless men and women packed inside it. Blood and guts were splattered against every surface, and those who tried to escape did not get far before being mercilessly skewered. It was like a scene out of a nightmare. I was frozen in place, not out of fear, but because my mind had shut down. I couldn't make sense of what was happening, so my mind rejected it. And with my brain having given up, my body was no more than a lifeless puppet. In short order, all the slaves were dead, and I was sitting in a pool of blood staring at the man. He pointed his blade at me, and with a little smirk said, "Why didn't you run?" In turn, I asked him, "Why did you kill them?" The smile vanished from his face, and after a few quiet moments of pondering, he replied, "Because I felt like it." Yeah, he's such a despicable character. "And why haven't you killed me yet?" I asked. To which he gave a curt, "I don't know," then withdrew his blade and wandered off into the distance. And then I was all alone, surrounded by corpses. I glanced down, and half of someone's face was looking back up at me. Wrapped in absolute darkness, warm blood spills onto my cheeks, my hair, my skin. Chunks of human flesh rain down on me. Ugh! Make it stop! Pitter patter, pitter patter. There's no end to the deluge. The smell of death fills the air. Ugh. I'm stuck with a wave of nausea, so strong I can't hold back the contents of my stomach. But when my mouth opens to vomit, blood pours into it. Ugh! Let go of me. Dead bodies grab at my ankles, dragging me down. To where? Hell, or to the mountain of corpses? Now do you understand that there was a time, if but briefly, when I was happy, when I felt human emotions? But I wish I never had. If I had remained confined in my Daughter of God shell, then I doubt I would have felt so much terror at the sight of death. I can't say anything in response. I can't form words. I feel what she experienced, the massacre she witnessed, the limp flesh piling up around her. Even more than twice her age, it's enough to drive me mad. The fact that a 12-year-old girl had to experience something so unspeakable devastates me. Tell me, my dear, do you pity me? Do you sympathize with me? If you feel bad for me, then you'll remain with me. You'll feel my pain and my despair with me, won't you? The witch's cackle echoes through the pile of bodies. There's not a speck of light, and hideous death lingers everywhere. Helpless to resist, I'm dragged down into a deep, dark ocean. An ocean of blood. Man, this is dark. Now on with the story. I was at a complete loss for some time after that. I didn't want to return to the city because I knew there was no one left who would take me in. There was only the Lord who had bound me and drained me of my blood. So I wandered the roads, no destination in mind, and nothing to defend myself but the clothes on my back. Frankly, I'm rather surprised I wasn't attacked by bandits. After walking for days without food or water, my mind was hazy and my exhaustion at a peak. In the distance, I saw a lake. So driven by my thirst, I turned my unsteady feet toward the water, not caring that it took me off the main road. And it turned out that was the correct choice, because there was a small cottage beside the lake. Smoke rising from the chimney, telling me it wasn't abandoned. Out of sheer desperation, I knocked on the door. No one answered. The door wasn't locked, so I slowly, hesitantly pushed it open. And beyond it, I found an old woman, sitting dead in a chair. The woman was a witch, by trade, that is. It appeared she had a deep knowledge of medicinal herbs, using it to make an assortment of medicines. Always those who are the healers branded as witches. In her cabinets were dozens of small glass bottles containing dried, powdered leaves and crushed berries, among other things. On the fire was a cauldron, liquid bubbling inside. The woman looked as though she was asleep. Presumably, she had passed away of old age, for there was no sign bandits had been rooting through the cottage, and she had a look of absolute serenity on her face. Looking over at the woman's dead body, I didn't cross myself. I envied her. Dragging the woman's body by her feet, I dumped her into the lake. Do you think doing so makes me a bad person? Makes me unsaintly? Well, I didn't have anywhere else to go, and the owner of the cozy cottage was no longer of this world. Oh, is she gonna take the role of the witch of that house? There was no reason I couldn't fill the home in her stead, was there? I deserved to have somewhere I felt comfortable, after everything I'd been through, didn't I? And so I took up residence in the old witch's cottage, because I believed that people would come there and be like, "Hello witch, we need this medicinal herb or something." And she's gonna have to be like, "Yes, that's me, yes, let me have a look in my book." And remained there until my 16th year. By 16, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I had no trust for people. I shut them out, building high walls around myself. After such a tumultuous, bloody childhood, it was all I could do to protect myself, to keep my young spirit from cracking. Nevertheless, travelers would, on occasion, pay the old witch's cottage a visit, seeking her medicines. Whenever someone arrived, I would cautiously crack the door open, telling them they could trade for whatever they wanted with food, and never showing my face. One day, a young man showed up at the cottage. "My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine." He was very soft-spoken. There was a distinct kindness in his voice, which I thought unusual, curious. "Is it Mel?" He's been described like this before. What kind of person could he be? What did he look like? What expressions did he make as he spoke? To satisfy that curiosity, I snuck a peek at him through the crack in the door. "Does he have flaxen hair?" He was a handsome young man with flowing flaxen hair. And now we have Mel. And upon seeing me, he didn't flinch back in disgust. He smiled. According to him, his younger sister had fallen gravely ill, and though they had tried a number of remedies, she was still bedridden. The medicines I gave him too had no effect, but he persisted in his quest, visiting me again and again for new combinations to try. He wanted nothing more than to relieve even the slightest bit of his sister's suffering. And, moved by his dedication to his family, I too wanted to do anything I could to help. For the first time in years, my world encompassed more than my small cottage. When the young man came, he would ask not only for medicine, but to go on walks with me. He volunteered to spend time with me, despite my horrifying appearance. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. "You've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline?" he said with a smile, taking me by the hand. We spoke as we circled the lakeside. His voice was always soft and pleasant, like a ray of light shining through a crack in the walls. When I was with him, I felt like I could be an actual person, an ordinary girl. He talked about his sister more than anything, and whenever he did, he was at his brightest and most melancholy. The young man had been a member of a noble house, but disputes over who was the rightful heir had forced him and his sister out. Shortly after that, his sister had fallen ill and was now bedridden. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. That word, muttered beneath his breath, sparked my memory. I was a saint. My blood had healing properties. I had no reason to hesitate. Someone needed my help, and who deserved it more than this kind-hearted young man's sister? So I decided to tell him what I really was, that my blood had miraculous powers, that it had saved people, that the moment I had been born, the drought plaguing my village had come to an end, that I had been known as a saint, the daughter of God. I told him everything, and he believed it all. He led me to his house, where a pale, sickly young girl lay in bed. She was a sweet little girl with the same flaxen hair as her brother, who looked like she would have been quite spirited if not for her ailment. It was touching to see the two siblings sitting there together, quietly holding each other. I would gladly give my blood for the two of them. And so I made a new cut on my arm, which had healed considerably thanks to the slave and the woman of the brothel, and let the girl drink of my blood. Neither of them had any doubts about my sainthood, and because they believed, a miracle occurred. The flaxen-haired girl recovered enough to get out of her bed. I was extremely proud of myself. I felt like, for once, I had actually saved someone's life. The only issue was, she didn't make a complete recovery. For a few days after drinking my blood, she was in good health, but her condition quickly regressed. I was deeply perplexed by this. A miracle had undoubtedly taken place, but it was only temporary. Now though, I believe I can explain what happened. Her recovery was nothing more than a placebo effect caused by her faith.
Did I not say this before? Did I not say this before with that old lady?
But that's something I couldn't have known at the time. We were all three perplexed, and we were all three disheartened. Nevertheless, I was prepared to give her my blood as many times as needed. Whenever her condition worsened, the young man came to request more, and never once did I turn him away. On the contrary, I enthusiastically offered her my services. Over time, though, the hope in his eyes began to fade. He asked me on fewer walks, and he seemed hesitant to look me in the eye. I assume it was out of discomfort, out of guilt, out of shame about asking for blood.
Yes, because it's so out of character. Like, Mel wouldn't do this. But for his sister,
he would go through a lot for his sister.
Oh my gosh.
What a disaster. But I have a feeling that he might maybe tell people,
The wrong people, Yukimasa and Jacopo, and that is how he gets entangled with them, how they know about one another. Oh. Mel, I don't blame you. I never will.
But I don't think his concern were for me, rather himself and his sister. As I mentioned earlier, blood was considered unclean in our time. And not only was I giving mine away, I was having his sister imbibe it. Looking at it that way, it would hardly be a surprise for him, or anyone else, to think what I was doing depraved. As time passed, the flaxen-haired young man seemed to grow more and more disturbed by me. That was what I got for opening up. That was what I got for letting his kind, warm light shine in on me. The moment things went bad, he pulled away. There were times when I thought I shouldn't have done anything in the first place. But regardless, I held fast to my original decision. I would put myself on the line for them. No one else. Just them. Even if he was afraid of me or had no interest in seeing me, I would continue offering her my blood. And I was firm in my resolve. One day, though, I received a new visitor. Who it gonna be? So she must have felt really betrayed by Mel. Like she did everything she thought she could do, for the two of them. So let's see who this new visitor is. The young man was still the only one I would show my face to, the only guest I had let into my walls. So as usual, I took the man's request from behind the cottage door. But I could hardly believe my ears when he began speaking. Are you the witch with the miracle blood? Oh, First, how did he know my blood had powers? Second, why had he called me a witch and not a saint? Third, why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slave carriage? Oh, it's Yukimasa. We're in trouble. I told the man he had to leave, that I would not be opening the door for any reason. In response, he said, I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? My blood was for the sick and needy. I would never spare a drop for a murderer like him. And I told the man exactly that, demanding he leave. All I could think about was the pile of bodies, the fountain of blood, the man drenched in crimson, wearing a ghastly smirk. I trembled behind the door, fearing he may go on another such rampage. Y'all, he's gonna break down the door and take her with him. But instead, he gave a simple, as you say, and went on his way. That's not gonna be it! No, I refuse to believe Yukimasa is just like, oh. Nope, he gonna come back. I let out a deep sigh of relief, which is when I realized tears were rolling down both of my cheeks. Like an ordinary girl, 3 days later, the flaxen-haired boy showed up at my cottage. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I want to talk things over. Those two sentences were like a light shining from above. Why do I feel like Yukimasa is with him? Like holding him by his collar. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I wanted to talk to him, too. I want to take a walk around the lake and listen to him talk about nothing. I wanted to experience the warmth of his world once more. And I wanted to tell him about the terrible man who had been there a few days earlier. Oh my gosh. Yukimasa is gonna be there with him and she's gonna be like, Oh! You brought him here. About how scared I had been. I wanted him to tell me it would be all right. I want to talk to you too, I said, opening the door without a second thought. The light of the sun was so bright, all I could make out was his silhouette. I couldn't see the look on his face or the look in his eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, and my mind froze. No! Yukimasa is here! How could this be happening? What did it mean? Why? How? What was that man doing? Standing behind him?
Y'all, I refuse to believe little baby Mel had anything to do with this. Nope, nope. He was tricked. He was tricked. Why was he carrying a sword? Why was he coming into my house? And why did he swing it down, severing my arm? What in the... Y'all, Yukimasa is despicable. I was in a daze. I couldn't make sense of anything. I didn't want to. My left arm fell to the floor before I even knew what was happening, and then my legs gave out. The pain, searing and unbearable, came a few moments later, as I was lying in an ever-expanding pool of my own blood. Oh my god, this is horrible. Y'all, this poor girl. I did something then that I hadn't done before, that I had resisted doing no matter how much blood the Lord had stolen from me. I screamed. It was a hideous, visceral noise, a sound I had never thought a saint could make. The same ear-splitting howl the slaves had made as the man had butchered them. I writhed, I wailed, I wept, I crawled across the floor through my own blood. I begged and I begged and I begged for my life. The man walked over and picked up my severed arm. And then, shockingly, he tossed it into the kind-hearted young man. After which he said, "That's your share. Should last you long enough." Oh. Y'all, this demon. Share? What did he mean by share? What was he talking about? Why had he given him my arm, and why had he taken it? Why was he talking like they knew each other? Why? Why? I had spared blood for him when he asked, hadn't I? Y'all, the betrayal! The betrayal! Mel is also a kid, y'all. Mel is also a kid. So why was he doing this? Was cutting my arm off and stealing it easier on his conscience than simply asking? He met with the wrong man. This is not Mel. You understand how I felt, don't you? You can put yourself in my shoes, can't you? The
young man refused to look me in the eye. Holding my bloody arm in his trembling hands, he fled from the cottage as quickly as his legs would allow. The man then walked over and picked me up. I had neither the strength nor willpower to resist. Holding me in his arms, he began to speak, telling me things I didn't want to know, things I didn't want to hear, but he didn't care. Nothing personal, I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. What in the...
Are you gonna tell me that Pauline is also in this story? And she's what? Owner of a church? Can you be that? Owner of a church? Or a nun?
Don't take it personally. Tell me, is there anyone in this world who wouldn't feel a bit of spite after being put through such torture? How was I supposed to let that slide? No one's that much of a saint. My trust had been betrayed, and I was supposed to turn the other cheek. A man had barged into my home uninvited and cut off my arm, and I was supposed to smile and take it? Is there anyone, anywhere, who doesn't feel even the slightest bit of hatred ever? Is there anyone in this world who could just laugh and brush off this level of abuse? Tell me, is there? How could I not hold a grudge? How could I not despise them? How could I possibly forgive them? Tell me, please. Tell me, how could I? She needs the money. Just like her mom. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. The Lord? Why him again? Why couldn't he leave me alone? After trying to kill me during one of his blood sabbaths, why was he after my blood once more? Had he learned it really did have miraculous powers and decided he wanted me back? You get to be the sacrifice. To keep her church from collapsing. To keep her world from collapsing. Sacrifice? Excuse me, what? And what's all this about keeping her church from collapsing? You murdered a carriage full of innocent people. And you're trying to protect a church? You?
Yo, this would also be would like make sense. If Yukimasa is trying to protect Pauline in this life, and in the story that we saw in the door number 2, where he kills Pauline, such a contrast. Are you out of your mind? Churches are where people go to commune with God, to speak with my Father. How dare you soil those sanctified grounds with your filthy hands, you beast. It's insulting, sacrilegious, repulsive. Just what do you think we are? So don't take it personally, witch. I'm not a witch. I'm a saint. I was a saint. My blood exists to do the Lord's work, not to satisfy the avarice of men. Why is this happening to me?
The man brought me back to the city, but instead of taking me to the Lord's manor, he brought me to a church on the city's outskirts. Though, to be honest, it looked more like an estate than a church. The church also served as a hospital, offering free care to less fortunate children, the poor, and the infirm. That was when I learned why he had said they needed money. The owner of the church offered unconditional assistance to anyone who came. If only you knew what Yukimasa was doing. Or do you know? Even when food and supplies ran low, they would ration their own in order to keep helping others. As a result, the church was perpetually on the verge of collapse. The church was run by a woman, something exceedingly rare for the time. There were no priests. All management was handled by a single nun, who everyone referred to as the Saintess. I was the saint. Why was this woman, who didn't have the ability to perform miracles, being worshipped like she did? Why did the people of the city idolize her? Why were their smiles all directed at her? Why? Was I not in her place? The man carried me to the top of the observation tower. It was there. This is the manor that I had my reunion with the Lord. I was to spill my blood for the people of the city, but also for the Lord's profit. He was not offering free aid, but selling it as medicine. He claimed it was a miracle elixir, telling no one that it was actually my blood. It was mixed with a beautiful red wine, and drinking it would cure you of any ailment. If they knew it was actually the blood of a witch, they would think it unclean. They would fear it. Aha. Oh my gosh. I remained imprisoned for a long, long time. In the beginning, the swordsman guarded me, though before long, the flaxen-haired young man showed up as well. Presumably, one severed arm wasn't enough to keep his sister healthy for long. In listening to their conversations, I learned that to ensure no one else could get in, the observation tower was sealed with 3 locks. The Lord, the swordsman, and the young man each held one of the keys. I was their secret, locked away in the tower for them to drain of blood, away from wandering eyes. Time went on, and I grew progressively weaker. I lost the will to eat and the will to live. My only view from the tower was the clouds throughout a window high up on the wall. Occasionally, a pigeon would fly in, sometimes a butterfly, and I would glare in envy as it fluttered around, free to come and go as it pleased. And soon, it was spring. Every spring, the church held a festival to pray for the coming year's harvest and the people's well-being. I could hear the bustle from far below through the window as everyone rushed to prepare. I heard the flaxen-haired girl's voice who had regained her health drinking my blood. I heard her brother's voice who had betrayed me. I heard the nun's voice who played saint in my stead. I heard the barbaric swordman's voice who had chopped off my arm. and I heard the Lord's voice, the root of all of my suffering. I heard people praising the saintess, though I, the true saint, was locked in the tower. I heard people thanking the Lord for his generous donations and miracle medicine, though it had all come from me. Propped up on my suffering, they cheered and clinked glasses of my bloody wine. Those merry, peaceful, cheerful, spirited sinners' voices resounded in my tower. And at noon on the day of the festival, the church bell tolled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And with the 12th chime, I died. As the bell's last pealing faded into silence, the tower door swung open. Standing on the other side of it were the 3 men. They must have wanted to drain a little more from me to use in the feast, but they arrived at the worst possible moment. The flaxen-haired young man was the first to express his consternation. Why? I never wanted her to die. Was she not eating? The Lord gave my corpse a casual glance and said, stone-faced, "Seal the tower off. Understood? No one finds out about this." How can you be so calm? Do you understand what you've done? Ha, pinning the blame on me. How nice it must be to be able to distort reality with panic. The swordsman, who had been silently observing the Lord and the boy conversing, interjected. "You're just as guilty as any of us." Not only did they not mourn my death, they argued over whose fault it was. There was no regret, no remorse. The young man muttered absent-mindedly, "I never wanted her to die." What did his intentions matter, though? It was his betrayal that had ultimately tethered me to this mansion. But the fact that they didn't grieve my death, and instead squabbled amongst themselves like filthy rats, was the final straw. How could I not despise them? I don't believe I actually had the power to perform miracles when I was alive. It was all faith. The illusion of belief. I was neither a saint nor a witch. The blood wine was only effective because people placed their faith in the other saintess. I was only ever human. I think you can see her shackled. Oh my gosh. She has a butterfly necklace thingy, like Mel's little sister Nellie. I was only ever human. But then, in that moment, an actual miracle occurred. My father bestowed upon me his power, or perhaps it was the devil who lent me his strength. I was looking down upon my own dead body, my own wretched self. There was nothing beautiful about the pile of bones I had become. I could almost smell the rotting flesh. That was once a saint? I laughed at the thought. It was absurd, ridiculous, and infuriating. They would pay. Those who had cast me into this hell, who had mocked me, who had done this to me, who had made a witch out of me. Hatred coursed through me. Revulsion at everyone on these grounds still smiling. They would know just whose dead shoulders their little party was resting upon. If they wanted so badly to call me a witch, then a witch I would be. I would kill them, every last one of them. Place a curse on their souls. And so I made my wish. Most people might consider it a curse, but to me, it was most certainly a wish. And my father, or maybe the devil, granted that wish. From the garden, there rose a scream. The flaxen-haired young man knew that voice better than anyone. He went deathly pale, darting down the spiral staircase until he reached a window. A young girl was on her knees, vomiting blood in the grass. The young man let out a yelp as he descended the remainder of the staircase. As soon as he reached the garden, he lifted the girl in his arms. But she had already perished. Realizing this, he cried to the heavens, saying the one thing he should have kept to himself. The witch killed her. The blood of the witch killed my sister. That wine you're drinking is no medicine. It's the blood of the witch. You're all drinking witch blood. Crushed by the loss of his only family, the young man picked up a silver fork and plunged it into his own throat, ending his life. Naturally, there was an uproar. Goblets of wine crashed against the earth in rapid succession, as the people holding them fell to the ground and vomited or convulsed. The nun was the first target of their outrage. What she had claimed to be medicine had turned out to be blood, an unclean substance. The blood of a witch, no less. A servant of the church, a servant of the Lord, had given her followers blood to drink, and at this, their indignation surged uncontrollably. The people surrounded her, tying her up and throwing her to the ground. As they prepared to inflict righteous justice upon her, the swordsman soared down the stairs and into the garden, plunging his blade into anyone standing near the nun. The cries of agony ringing through the church grounds were ear-splitting. It was no longer a place of God, but hell on earth. Hell built up by the hands of man. Hell painted red with the blood of their brothers. The people armed themselves with anything they could find and went after the man. As much of a beast as he may have been, he stood little chance against such numbers. It is the fate of a beast to be exterminated by those he terrorizes. And once he was gone, the nun had no one left to protect her. She too was consumed by their frenzy. All that remained was an inextinguishable inferno, hysteria and despair, madness and outrage, and no outlet for it. It was a revolt that made the slaves' uprising at the Lord's manor look like a game. Eventually, their rage found a new target, the Lord. It was only natural, for he was the true villain. He was the one who had given money and the witch's blood to the church. He was the one who had profited off of it. And above all, people often resented those who stood above them, particularly in times of unrest. The city resounded with cries for the Lord's head, and he looked down upon it all from the safety of the observation tower. He could do nothing but watch as his domain burned. I can only imagine how painful that must have been. But before long, having seemingly have made his peace, he began descending the spiral staircase. He opened a door at the bottom, revealing himself to his people. But before the door had swung all the way open, before he had a chance to say his final words, someone ran a blade through his chest. With that, the raging furor mostly settled down, but it was hardly the end of the destruction. Was the Lord Jacopo then? Mere days later, a plague befell the city. Dreadful black spots covered the flesh of the infected. They writhed in pain, screaming and vomiting blood. Ghastly howls echoed through the streets, as though the whole city had been possessed. It became a cursed land. In their diseased haze, the people muttered again and again, "We have been cursed by the witch." In less than a week, the entire city was dead. My body was left abandoned at the top of the observation tower. And as if to seal the curse away, in their final days, the people shuttered all windows, wrapping the house in darkness. It's possible that was no miracle either. You can easily explain what happened to them. Locked away for so long in that dirty tower, maybe I caught some kind of disease. And then, when the people drank of my blood, they too were infected. Hardly anything out of the ordinary about that. The first to die, the girl, had already been ill. Her body merely chose the worst possible time to yield to her ailment. That was all that had happened. Indeed, it was nothing more than a fluke, an improbable stroke of luck, an unbelievably unfortunate accident for the city and those 3 men, and an indescribably fortunate accident for myself. But I wish to believe it was a miracle. That even if my blood didn't have healing properties, and even if I wasn't a saint, my wish, my curse, was what caused that uprising. That was my miracle. Granted to me by God or the devil. I chose to believe that, and that my miracle took on its true form thereafter. My curse had brought death upon the 3 men, but for whatever reason, my rancor was far from sated. They had died, so what? Death is but a transient agony. It's nothing compared to what I went through. So I made my next wish. I wished for their reconstruction. I wished eternal suffering on their souls. I wished to trap them in a never-ending cycle of pain and hatred. This was my wish for the flaxen-haired young man. He treasured his dear sister, and he desired a quiet life. So I wished for him to have just that. And I wished for his dearly beloved sister to love him more than anything in the world. Oh, for his world to be destroyed by love gone too far. So, all this time, Morgana has been present. I'm thinking. Morgana, white-haired girl, I'm thinking right now they're the same. This was my wish for the beast-like man. He was conscious of his tendency for violence, and he yearned to be more human, so I had his inner beast toned up just a little. I saw to it that he would never be human, so he would never have the peace he so desired. That would actually be a good revenge. If Morgana and the white-haired girl are the same, and she was the only one who could, you know, tone it down a little bit. And then she was like, nah, go berserk. Lose every single minuscule human point you have left. My wish for the Lord was more straightforward. He seemed to have great affection for wealth and authority, so I ensured those were the only things he could ever have. Who needs love or friendship when you could be drowning in power? And so he did. Once he had lost everything, his solitude would be his only companion. Yep, he died alone. Wishes can come true, as long as you always hold fast. Never stop wishing. Never surrender. They can come true. Eternal suffering on all their souls. An endless cycle of reconstruction and unavoidable tragedy. So they were all reconstructed and not reborn. Tell me, my dear, do you sympathize with me? Will you curse them with me? Will you take my hand and revile them with me? This time, when my body crashes into the tower stairs, I'm unable to make a noise. The obstruction is less mental and more physical. The excruciating pain. It's so intense I can't even eke out a scream. My vision is disordered. My mind thick with fog. I feel like I'll fall into a bottomless pit if I loosen my grip on my consciousness even slightly. Through the haze, I see my own severed left arm, reflected in a pool of blood. I see my face, large chunk of flesh peeled off. Look at you trying to crawl up those stairs like a worm. What did Michael ever do to you? How pathetic. It's like I'm looking at my old self. I can barely form a coherent thought. I can't lament her inhumane fate. Can't mourn for her, or be shocked by the revelation about the three men and her history with them. I understand why she cursed them all. I do. But I still feel bad for Mel. He was just a kid, and I'm assuming tricked by the adults. Pain. It fills every corner of my mind, every nook and cranny of my body. You figured it out by now, haven't you, my dear? You'll never make it to me. It's not possible. But it's not your fault. It's not because you're weak. There's simply no one who can bear this pain. You're allowed to give up, to rest. There's nothing wrong with that. The pain, the crushing weight, it's miserable, isn't it? But all you have to do is turn back, and it'll all go away. He's not going to. The witch whispers her sweet temptations. You put in a fine effort. There's no shame at all in throwing in the towel. Her voice is soft, gentle, pleasant, saccharine. Concede defeat. If I do, it'll all go away. The searing pain spreading from the stump of my left arm. The sensation of being perpetually drained of my blood. The miserable solitude of staring at a door that never opens. The laughter I can hear through the window. My miserable wailing and this maddening hatred. I can end it all. That's right. It will all be over. You have the power to make it stop. Make it all stop. No, I can't let that happen. No, I have to get her back at my side.
Oh my gosh, Michael! Y'all, the lengths he will go for Giselle. Mind-blowing. If this ain't the best couple ever,
I'll do anything to take her back. Even if it means I end up 1,000 tiny scraps of meat. I will not give up on her for any reason. You won't, will you? Oh, such beautiful resolve. Willing to sacrifice yourself to save the girl. Like a hero of legend, or maybe a fairy tale prince. No, I am no hero, and I am no prince. I am a human, an ordinary man. I don't have any extraordinary potential. I am not a courageous leader or a charismatic general. I'm just a regular man, in love with a regular woman, who refuses to lose her. I don't need any other accomplishments, only that. That's all I need. Because I'm just a regular man. My one act of resistance. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how much you cut me up. Nothing changes what I have to do. I have to take her back and set her free of this mansion, nothing else. And never will I back down on that.
I got chills! Michael, you're the best!
Arms or no, as long as I can move, I must push forward. I must make my way to the woman who waited for me for so long. Up, to the top of the tower, forward, ever onward. Dragging my bloody body, paying the pain no mind, I once more arrive at the top of the observation tower. I place my hand on the door, holding myself up with my lacerated right arm. Take a moment to catch my breath, then lift my head, gaze into the void, and shout her name. Morgana. I pity you, I truly do. You were a saint shackled with an unfathomable fate, and for that I am enraged. As I felt your pain, as I watched your life, I too felt a burning hatred for those 3 men. If you truly feel that way, then why can't you stay here with me? We're all dead anyway. We've reached our ends. Do you honestly think there's anything more for us? There isn't. The end is the end. So what do you say, the 3 of us, me, you, and Giselle, torture the 3 of them and everyone they cared about? You do that. We'll head out. Make them suffer here for all eternity in this house. And that way, you and Giselle can be together forever too. That's not an option. Why not? Because hatred only brings you pain. Ha. Oh, that's brilliant. You spouting dumb, stupid platitudes at me. I can't believe my ears. Save your nonsense moralizing about how hatred does you no good. I won't hear it. I'm doing just fine for myself, my dear. In fact, I've never been better. I feel wonderful. Did you think that would be enough to persuade me? Really? Ah, how disappointing. And here I thought you understood me. Morgana, why don't you say what you really think? Go right on ahead, hate them as much as you want. But keep me and Giselle out of it. Why didn't you just say that? I do feel bad, truthfully. For all the time we spent together, never once did I ask about your life. I was so focused on myself, and in the end, I pushed you away. That you did. You wanted to be with Giselle, so you pushed me out. I wish I had asked you sooner. It wouldn't have changed anything though. One puny man knowing what I went through would hardly be enough to erase the loathing I bear. It would have turned out the same regardless. There was nothing you could have done for me. There is nothing. Still, I would like to apologize. Had I known that you carried in your heart, perhaps I could have chosen my words better. Instead of rejecting you, I could have chosen some other response. I cannot remain in this house, nor can I allow her to stay either. So I would like to apologize for both my past actions and my present. Well, in that case, open the door, Michael. Y'all, why am I scared? Y'all, nothing better have happened to Giselle. I take another moment to catch my breath, and then I gather my strength into the hand on the door. Blood seeps from my fingertips, slowly trickling down the rough surface. It reminds me of my death. I'm coming for you. I push open the door, praying that it will be the last. That beyond it lies light for Giselle, and if possible, that it might cast a bit of light on Morgana's heart as well. What? However, why am I in my bedroom? What I find behind the door is the last thing I expect. Huh? As she appears from the shadows of my chambers, I can't conceal my surprise. Giselle? Is this another illusion, Morgana? No, it's not. I'm the real me. Thank you for coming all the way here for me. Is this real? I don't know. She's thanking me. So why isn't she smiling? Is this Morgana's tricks? Wait. The witch Morgana, that was very kind and courageous of you, Michael. I'm deeply moved you would have such compassion not only for her, but for someone like me. But do you know what else you are? You're a worm. What is it this time, Morgana? What do you say we pull back the curtain, my dear? What curtain? It's about Michael? Or there's one detail that hasn't yet come to light. This isn't your first return to the mansion, is it? You've been back numerous times. Each time, not remembering her, and each time, hurting her even more. What are you talking about? Wait, what? Michael has actually been the white-haired girl as well? What? Is that? What am I talking about? Oh, you know good and well, my dear. Or do you honestly believe that all the other pieces were in their rightful places, and you alone were some exception? I never... Tell me, how was it? Or... he's also been reconstructed. Is that it? Because I've been like, what has Michael ever done? Tell me, how was it living in so many different eras, not knowing who you were, and playing with all the different men? Is she tricking us, or is this real? No, you're out of your mind. You make it sound like I was not like, my dear. You are the white-haired girl. But I'm also like, why would Michael want revenge on them? Because it felt like a revenge plot to me. Like every single time the white-haired girl would come. Let's continue. Enough. How could anyone possibly confuse me with her? To tell you the truth, I couldn't see you as anyone else. Your white hair, red eyes, porcelain skin, and your name. Tell me, what about you isn't the same? And he's gonna be like, I'm a man. We're not the same person. I'm a... I saw the letter. What? 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 Basically, what? The one you had hidden. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. No. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning? No, Giselle, I didn't mean... You're exactly right, my dear Giselle. He deceived you. He kept a very important secret from you. Are we about to find out? Or is this a trick? Despite showing up before you multiple times, he cast you aside again and again. No. No, that wasn't me. It wasn't. It all makes sense now. Nothing you ever did was for me. No! No, Giselle! No, this is a trick! This is a trick! This has to be a trick. This can't be Giselle. Like, she wouldn't believe Morgana before she would believe Michael. Michael, this is a trick. Giselle, I... Go on, Giselle. Tell him exactly how you feel. Michael? Michael, this is not Giselle! Don't. Please don't. Don't say it. Not that, please. I'm begging you. You're... My heart is pounding out of my chest. You're... Stop. Please don't, Giselle. Not actually. Please. Don't say it. Oh my god, this contrasts so much with when she told him not to say what his father did to her. Oh my gosh. Is everyone okay? Don't say it. A man at all, are you? Wait, am I being tricked? Am I being tricked again? Well. But. This was also one of my theories, so... You're not actually a man at all, are you? And now it makes... That would make sense, because... that man in that cottage said that you don't have a... Michael, it's okay! No! This is not Giselle. This is not Giselle. Morgana, stop this. Stop this crap. Giselle would not. Nope. Giselle didn't even care. Giselle didn't care when the white-haired girl came by. She thought that was Michael. And she went with it. No, she does not care. You're gonna tell me? No, this is not Giselle. No, Michael, don't believe it. No! You do could have been, my dear.
No! Because why would he forget about Giselle? He would never forget about Giselle! No! Even if he was a different person. No. Why? What does it matter if she had white hair, red eyes? Others could also have it. It would make more sense for it to be Morgana and to play him. We have been tricked before. We have been tricked before. I don't know what to believe anymore. The frick! You're the only one it could have been, my dear. The only one who could have been the white-haired girl. The next moment, my whole world comes tumbling down. He had nothing to do with either Mel, Yukimasa, or Jacopo. I could have borne anything. Losing my arm, having my face torn off. Any amount of pain, I could have handled it. For you, I could have done it. But this... Y'all, this hurts him. To be able to go through excruciating pain, but for this to happen and be the most painful. Hearing those words coming from your mouth. No, that is not our Giselle. It's not. Being rejected by you. That I cannot. No, 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 no. I refuse to believe. No. Those words. They bury me alive. Michael, don't believe it! It can't be her! And you're the one person I never wanted to hear them from. No. Oh, I need to get more water. I'm gonna read a little bit more and then we're gonna save for tomorrow. is heavy. A little water and then we continue. Wall run into a backflip into the chair. Backflip! Oh, yeah, I always have to parkour out of my chair, into my chair. Right? That is not Giselle. Like, Morgana, you cannot gaslight me into thinking that is Giselle. She would never. We saw Giselle. We saw Giselle when every time she saw the white-haired girl, she thought it was Michael. And she would not care if Michael would have come back as a woman. Like, biologically a woman. Like, would not care. She was so in love with Michael. She waited 1,000 years. Like, they're soulmates. It does not matter. Okay, let's continue. When I learned my father Antonin had passed, I wrote 2 letters. One to my brother and one to my mother. Oh, so he only wrote for one of his brothers? It was the first time I had found the courage to face my mother, to open up to her. I wanted to show her who I was, convince her that I wasn't cursed, so I could be myself when I returned to the capital with Giselle. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michael, not Michelle. So the mom called him Michelle. But that does not mean that the white-haired girl all this time was Michelle. We need to also remember that Morgana knows about this. She knows about this. And we don't really know how Morgana looks. It looked to me in that scene where she was shackled and when she was grabbing onto Giselle, it looked like a hint of red. So I still think that Morgana is playing us. And if Michael was the only one that she latched onto, then I'm also like thinking that his appearance would be something that she remembers. And might also recreate into tricking Giselle as well, for her to stay in the mansion, for her to continuing to wait and not to give up. Like every time she saw the white-haired girl, she felt like, okay, soon Michael will come. Soon Michael or Michelle will remember me. And she held up hope. Because it was only because of the appearance that Giselle also like maintained a belief that Michael would one day come, right? And wouldn't that be quite motivating for Morgana to be like, well, if I want Giselle to stay, her spirit is wavering right now. Maybe I should have the white-haired girl appear now, because now Mel is in this era, and now Jacopo is in this era, and Yukimasa. She's playing tricks on us, I think. Especially with that stunt with Giselle. Like, Giselle would never. What do you mean disgusting? Giselle would never. That I am Michael, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly. A woman. And I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much. Simply to have a quiet life with her. To go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. Wait, was this called intersex? So he went from like having female reproductive organs to it becoming male, and that's maybe why the mother went cray-cray. She was like, no, you're supposed to be a girl, why do you have... So he has like both of them, but yeah, they must have seen something when he was growing up. And that's why he's labeled as cursed. I am a man. My heart is male. And I ask of you. And this is also what he identifies with, so beat it, mother. And I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I am incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. Why do I have a feeling that if the mother would have just read this, she'd be like sending people after him to kill him? Shortly after sending that letter, I was killed. Yep. Okay. That they couldn't just let him and Giselle be. I'm dragged down, against my will, into the darkness. Beneath me spreads my own past, my door, the door I swore never to open. But despite all my efforts to resist, the door sucks me into a world I never want to see again, a history I never wanted revealed. A
past I never wanted anyone to see. Nonetheless, the door opens. The seventh door! You guys, I think this is a perfect time to... Oh? Question marks. This is the perfect time to save. Time to save. Bam. Okay. Getting back there. Ah. Well. Now we got to know Michael's secret. Well, why he was cursed. And, y'all, I cannot wait for Giselle, the real Giselle, to come back and be like, no, I don't care about that. Because Giselle would never call him disgusting. Like, regardless. Let me check what y'all wrote. Music going hard for fetching water. I'm gonna have to rewatch that just to check. It must have looked really funny. I'm in love with Morgana now. Hell no, Michael would never! Wait, Ionix and Kat, what were your theory? Was it that Michael was the white-haired girl? Is it that? Like, there's still stuff missing from there, so I can't fully believe it, but it is a good theory, absolutely. Like, I would 100% believe it if it weren't for the fact that I don't really trust Morgana. She wants to keep them there. She's messing with him as if it's Giselle saying stuff now. And it just doesn't make sense. The stories doesn't make sense. The first one, second one, and third one wouldn't make sense. Like, why would Michelle have been Michael? It's just... I don't know, maybe we'll get it explained later, but for now, I don't think it makes that much sense. For him to have had like a relationship with them, but they all end up suffering. Mel ends up suffering. Yukimasa, to hell with you, Yukimasa, I freaking hate you. Jacopo, so Jacopo and Mel, I would say, they suffered. But the wish that Morgana made for all three of them did come true. And she doesn't have like her own body. So did she manifest or something? No, something happened. Because some of the things, especially in that house, there's like, they always said that there was some kind of a rift or something dimensional, something weird about it. Hold on, what did I miss? We're going to learn about what he wrote to his brother Didier Drogba. Who is Didier Drogba? But it sounds like such a fun name to have, Didier.
Atelier. It sounds kind of cute. Maybe he even has this part just before. It was very small, but with puberty it took on its true form. Ah. Y'all, I know so little about it. Like, I'm trying to, like, create some kind of comprehensive thoughts about visually what it might look, how it might, like, how it might evolve as he grew up. Like, for that time, I can understand why they would feel like it was some kind of a curse, you know, going from one gender to another. Like, them being so intertwined with the church and all. Maybe he even has this part just before. It was the door 7, the most painful part as well as the best door. Ooh, I'm excited. Tomorrow is door 7. I believe that right now children born with this condition are treated with corrective surgery very young because they still tell whatever they... Ah! Oh. I'm gonna try to read up on it tomorrow before the stream, so I have a little bit more knowledge. Yeah, we should just stop playing this game near the end of door 5 when Michael and Giselle were loving life. But now you have to continue, right? Curiosity! Curiosity! Y'all, if I don't get... You know what we're gonna do? If I don't get a happy ending, we're gonna replay door 5. We're gonna replay door 5 and act as if that is the canon door and nothing else happens. You know, definitely not the ending to that. That doesn't happen. Yes, but I think in that case the child should choose for themselves who they want to when they grow up. I don't know if, like, the corrective surgery would it be like... Is it more difficult to do? I don't know. I have so little knowledge of it, so I can't even... But yeah, I mean, it's always nice to, you know, decide for yourself. I mean, if I was in that position and I was like... And I wanted to be a woman, I would have been pissed if they wouldn't have corrected the right one. Chill on Morgana, she just wants company. Yeah. I mean, she has a really, really tragic backstory. Like, really, really tragic. And I can understand her, why she would want to keep both Giselle and Michael there. Because she hasn't had anyone. She thought she had the slave boy as a friend. Well, she did at first, and then those robbers came by the brothel, and she had again no one. So then finding Michael and then Giselle and being with them for so many years, especially Giselle, of course she's not gonna wanna let go. I mean, she got so attached as well to Mel, so it's understandable. She gets attached really easily. And she has abandonment issues. But her story was tragic. Although I kind of missed, you know, seeing their characters and, you know, not just a lot of text. I miss seeing, like, characters because I really wanted to see Morgana, like, how she looked. Wish I could theorize with you, but because I already know, I can't say anything because you know it's correct. True. So you'll probably either be like, oh, you're so wrong about that. Or you're like, catching up on some points. Slash, your prediction skills are S tier. Yes! Y'all, I get so into, like, all of the games that I get so freaking obsessive over games that I just find so freaking well written that it just gets stored in my mind, and every time there's like some kind of contradiction, my brain is like, hold on, they said this and this and this and this and this. I don't know. But the thing is, this game has thrown me off a couple of times as well. And right now as well, I'm not sure what to think. Morgana is telling Michael that he was the white-haired girl as well, so... But I don't know! I cannot grasp it! Until the very end, I think. Then I will grasp it. Didier Drogba, the Chelsea legend, and only person named Didier I know of. Well, the only Didier I know of now is Michael's brother. Because visible organs are not necessarily real and not a resemblance. For example, a male can be born with while the male parts remain is... Oh! Also, that's how it is. My theory was simply that Michael was born with genetic anomalies and conditions. That means he's biologically and chromosomally female. Yeah, what do you mean tomorrow is door 7? Isn't the 24-hour stream? Oh, I cannot wait for tomorrow. Like, I want to go to sleep now. So it's tomorrow. Well, it is technically tomorrow, but... Well, before the stream, I'm gonna watch Steel Ball Run again tomorrow. Because I've been so hyped for Steel Ball Run. So I'm gonna watch it again, yes. 7 times is not enough. And mind you all, it's just one episode that I keep on rewatching. But this is me when I obsess over things. Like, I get so passionate. Yeah, I get what you mean, Ionix. But then again, like... It's very... That is a hard decision. In the prequel, A Requiem for Innocence, it goes through that same backstory again with Morgana, but done in the style of the other doors. With art and character portraits, very cool. What? Oh, I have to get that one.
other doors. Okay. So it's only that door that has like the same kind of style then? Like we see the characters. But then I might okay then, I will get that one. And I could read that one again, but off stream. And upload it. Morgana's mother is the true villain in my opinion. Yeah, Morgana's mother. Oh my gosh. She a demon straight up. Michael's mom had him killed because at the end of his letter to her he wrote, P.S. You smell. Oh my gosh. Y'all, to be that triggered, to be like, no, my son just said that he was a son. Off with his head. No, Michael. Ugh. Y'all, I think out of a lot of the games, Michael and Giselle might probably become one of my like favorites. Like easily top 5 or even top 3. We'll see, the story isn't done yet. They're just continuing to climb. Door 7 is slightly longer than door 5. Michael may have been born a girl, but puberty changed the appearance of his body, voice, body proportion, etc. under the influence of hormones. Yes, and that is what I'm gathering from what we just went through. Because he said that he was female first, and then he turned into a man. But we're probably gonna, you know, we're probably gonna have a lot of explaining in door 7, and I am very intrigued by it. I think door 7, it has potential to be one of the absolute best doors. Right now, 5 is my absolute favorite. One can pull the door 7 in one stream if really locked in, but would probably have to continue until next week. We'll see. You know what? Maybe we should have shorter talks when I begin the stream. Like, perhaps say half an hour and then we begin. And then just lock in. Because I do wanna, like, continue it in one sitting. Doors 7 and 8 are generally considered the best. I've seen a few polls and they always get the most votes. Ooh. I'm very curious where door 7 is gonna take us. Just with the text where we saved, it feels like that's gonna definitely be Michael's past. Are you serious, Bea? Short intros, good luck! Well, we'll see what I can do! Oh my gosh. Yeah, but I'm not gonna continue streaming for much longer now either, because I have stuff to do tomorrow as well until the stream. And I'm gonna be thinking about processing what has happened so far
But like, I'm still like, even if I'm processing it, it doesn't matter. Like, I'll still be like a bit confused, much confused. Slash 2 hours after the stream starts. It's time to start the stream. Yeah. Okay, let's try to keep it at 30 minutes in the beginning. Bea, is the film project Hail Mary be released in theater in Sweden? So I strongly recommend it, especially if you go and see it with your colleagues. Actually, they were gonna watch it today. They were gonna watch that movie today, but I couldn't because I had stream scheduled anyway, so so I just said I had already scheduled something else. But we have another scheduled movie that we're gonna watch, and that is Edward Scissorhand is gonna be on in the theaters, so that one I wanted to watch. Door 7 is going to take you to Hawaii. Woo! Always wanted to go there, to be honest. Where's that androgenic condition often is a genetically male baby will develop female characteristics and behave and identifies in the way akin to if it were a female. Huh. Interesting. I feel like I have some reading up to do. It's a must-see, Bea. Don't miss it. Okay. Then maybe I should watch it. Although, I don't know if I'm too hyped to watch it in the theaters. Maybe I'll watch it when it comes out on streaming sites. We'll see. I don't even know which celebrities are in the movies. Not that it really matters, as long as it's like a good actor or good actress, I'm all fine. I'm also gonna try to save my voice a lot tomorrow, just so my voice isn't hoarse by the stream time. Because there's a lot of reading, a lot of reading. I don't think I ever read so much out loud. No, I haven't. Like, no, not in any game that I've played. I mean, I did do all the voices for like Final Fantasy IX and then Legend of Dragoon, but still, this has a lot more text. A lot more text. Okay, guys, what do we say about wrapping this stream up and seeing each other on Saturday's stream? Oh, the clock is 222. 0222. Make a wish. Giselle and Michael have to be together in the end. Oh, believe me, it's a must-see in theater. It's Ryan Gosling. Ask your colleagues if it's a thumbs up or down. If it's a... yeah, I will check with them. Reading the stuttering mirror guy was the funniest part. That one was so random. Okay, you guys. Bye-bye. See you in... many hours, but on Saturday. Bye bye! good night. What did we say? Good night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Bye!